It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, major raid. Israeli troops inside Gaza's largest hospital this morning. A search for hostages underway as their families here in the U.S. speak out.
We wake up every day hoping that this is going to be the day that our families come home.
Talk is good. We want action.
The details just ahead. Then listen up. The surprising new way you may be able to cut your risk for Alzheimer's. How getting help for your hearing can give your brain a boost against the disease. Plus, Turn the Page, the NBC Page program celebrating a major milestone, 90 years from those iconic uniforms to the guided tours to the icons who have filled the role.
You know, he started off as a page just like you.
Really? So did I.
We'll give you an inside look at what it's like to be a page. And let's kick it. The holidays are here, and so are the Rockettes, high-stepping onto the plaza with a special live performance, plus a sneak peek at the hottest toys of the season before they sell out. Today, Wednesday, November 15th, 2023.
Brought Grandma Jerry from Louisville, Kentucky
to the Today Show.
Celebrating finishing my doctorate degree.
On a mother-daughter trip.
Plattsmouth, Nebraska.
Sending love to my parents.
Watching in Saratoga Springs, New York.
From Ambler, Pennsylvania.
Today is my mother's 70th birthday.
Visiting from Fulton, Missouri.
Good morning to my grandkids in Clifton Forge, Virginia.
Shout out to Lima Senior High School.
Oh. Wow, we're back 8/12. Look at that. The star made it to the top of our Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. Beautiful. We're going to see it coming together as the days go on. We're back now at 8:13 with Your Health. November is Alzheimer's Awareness Month, and that's a disease that impacts nearly 7 million families here in the United States.
Well, this morning we're taking a closer look at a surprising new way you may be able to cut your risk. Who else but Maria Shriver is all over it. Hi, Maria. Good morning.
Good morning to all of you, and good morning to all of you. This is important news. We now know that hearing loss is a natural part of aging, of course, but some people, it can start as early as your 30s or your 40s. But experts say hearing loss also impacts the brain. And if left untreated, it can dramatically raise your risk for Alzheimer's and other kinds of dementia. Now, a new study finds getting treatment for hearing loss could give your brain a boost. After years of declining hearing, 75-year-old Satya Kara is getting his first hearing aid.
How's that feel? Pretty good?
A device that studies show is not only good for his ears, but also his brain, and a potentially powerful weapon against Alzheimer's and dementia. If you now find out that getting these hearing aids is preventing or delaying cognitive decline, how will that make you feel?
I wish I had got it earlier.
Research finds a clear link between hearing loss and dementia. While mild hearing loss doubles a person's risk, moderate loss triples it. And those with severe hearing impairment have 5 times the risk. Experts say that's because hearing loss causes the brain to work harder, hurting other functions like thinking and memory. Poor hearing also causes people to be less social and more isolated, and that can lead to brain shrinkage.
What I tell patients is that if you don't use it, you lose it theory. So if you're not getting verbal information to the brain and you're not using that language perception abilities, you may lose some of that function over time.
In fact, one commission on brain health calls hearing loss the #1 risk factor for dementia, contributing to nearly 1 out of 10 cases worldwide. So are you advising people starting it used to be go get a mammogram at 40, get a cognitive checkup perhaps at 50? Are you saying include a hearing exam at every single physical?
You know, I have a very strong opinion on this because we check hearing in children in pediatric offices all the time. We check sight throughout people's lives. So it should be screened, I think, the way sight is screened. And it doesn't take very long, and it has a huge impact.
Now, a new study shows just how large an impact treating hearing loss can have on the brain. Johns Hopkins researchers gave hearing aids to nearly 1,000 seniors with hearing loss, then measured their cognition over 3 years. They found for subjects at higher risk for dementia with conditions like type 2 diabetes and hypertension, using a hearing aid actually cut their cognitive decline by nearly 50%.
Hearing aid intervention, it basically allowed people to better hold on to their memory skills, better hold on to abilities to use language to name unfamiliar objects, as well as better overall rates of multitasking over time.
Still, only 1 in 7 people who need hearing aids actually get them.
What is the stigma? Is it that like, uh-oh, I'm old?
For some patients, definitely. So patients actually say to me, I don't want to be perceived as old.
Satya says he ordered one only after his doctor told him it could reduce his risk for dementia.
Is cognitive decline scarier to you than losing hearing?
Absolutely.
He says he wants to stay sharp as long as possible to enjoy his precious grandchildren. And anything that slows cognitive decline is worth it.
So you've been able to get away with saying to your wife, I don't hear you, and now you're not going to be able to get away with that anymore.
That's true. Yeah, that is true, yes.
Funny. Experts recommend getting your hearing tested at least once a year, just like your vision. There are also some apps that you can download to test your hearing at home. They can give you a heads up if you need to see a specialist for more in-depth testing. And everybody says this study that just came out really has changed the game. People are calling up and saying, maybe I need a hearing aid.
Wow.
And I would actually, I don't mind not hearing, but I do not want to get dementia.
And they've made so many advances in hearing aids now.
Have.
I can't even see them. Yeah, they're a lot smaller than
The Golden Bachelor has one.
There you go. And you run them on an app. I mean, it's a totally different.
Yeah.
We only have 30 seconds, but there's a big White House initiative. You were there on Monday. Tell us about it real quick.
White House initiative, first one ever for women's health research. So it's a big milestone for women and for diseases that affect women. Only 10% of the federal budget goes to studying diseases that impact women. So I'm really hopeful, along with the First Lady, that we can get that up to at least 30% and eventually 50%. So it's a big thing for women.
It's groundbreaking, what you did.
Wow.
Yes.
Maria on a mission. We love it.
On a mission.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. Oh, yes! The iconic Radio City Rockettes. They're treating our very festive crowd to a preview of this year's Christmas Spectacular. They're going to be back in a little bit and give us the full thing.
That gets a holiday
love that.
It's always so impressive that they're able to do it in like sub 40 degrees.
Yeah, I know.
Impressive.
And
amazing.
with a smile
With
on
a
their
smile.
faces, too. Okay, we have another iconic group out here. NBC Pages. All of these stellar human beings went through the legendary program here at NBC, or they're in it right now. Savannah Sellers is one of them. We're going to take a look at the important role they play keeping the trains on tracks around here. They put NBC and 30 Rock, they give us so much pride, and they're going to put our knowledge about this place to the test, because nobody knows it the way the Pages know it.
We're going to find out soon enough. Before we enjoy more Dance from the Rockettes, Adriana Brock is here to introduce us to some of the holiday season's hottest toys, maybe some gifts for the kids of all ages, as a matter of fact. And you want to get them before they're gone.
And then after that, on the third hour of today, Vicky's going to be back with an interesting new look at AI, at artificial intelligence, and how it could save you some time, money, even some stress on this year's Thanksgiving feast.
May I speak with you?
Sure, can you walk and talk?
Usually, but now you got me thinking about it. Jenna, with problem I have.
I mean, you know it's an iconic position when it's immortalized in a sitcom.
Yeah.
We're talking, of course,
was so good.
we're talking about the Page program here at 30 Rock.
Well, from the uniforms to the guided tours, pages are a staple here at NBC, and this month marks the program's 90th anniversary.
You know what? That is a lot of tours, a lot of talent across every division of NBC Universal. Savannah Sellers, who, by the way, was a former Page herself, sat down with some of the current Pages. Hey, Savannah.
Hi, guys. The most incredible experience ever to get to be a part of this. And it is amazing, the type of NBC trivia that I still have floating around in my head after being a part of the Page program. And it was so great speaking with the current crop of Pages and even hopping on a tour. Take a look.
In the heart of Manhattan, there's a building synonymous with the pinnacle of TV production. Late night comedy, daytime talk, hard-hitting news.
It's also home to the Page program, celebrating its milestone 90th anniversary this month. Actually, a program I was part of early in my career. Let's head up into 30 Rock and see what it's all about. And here's a little Page humor for you. Don't step on the peacocks.
Founded in 1933, the Page program was created to expose young people to the television industry and bring in an eager workforce to help power production. On 30 Rock, Kenneth, the fictional Page, was a scene stealer.
I just don't want to disgrace the peacock.
And in reality, the program has churned out some superstars, with Pages making it to the top ranks of media and even in front of the camera. Famous faces to pass through include Aubrey Plaza and late TV legends Regis Philbin and Willard Scott. Currently, thousands apply each year for the coveted 125 positions, split between the East and West Coast.
I just remember being stressed in that interview.
It is pretty intense, but it made it that much more worth it when I found out that I did get into the program.
Do you remember your first time in 30 Rock?
It's hard not to.
Yeah.
Once you get into the program, the real work begins. Pages get assignments at places like CNBC, NBC News, NBC Sports, and right here at the iconic SNL Page desk. Something you might have seen before.
Of course, right here is our Page desk.
I was what they called a bad Page.
A rite of passage for a Page? Donning the iconic suit that's seen 9 variations over the years.
It's getting tailored and getting the uniforms tried on.
And the hope for many of these Pages once their year-long program is complete? A career at NBC.
Definitely something in news and journalism.
One of my favorite parts of being a Page was giving the studio tours.
But in order to be tour certified, a Page has to pass the notoriously difficult NBC trivia test.
Which NBC president created the concept for the first broadcast of the Today Show?
Pat Weaver.
There you go! Yep. Which notes make up the melody of the NBC chimes?
Easy.
What is the order of the Tonight Show hosts?
Ooh, we know this.
Steve Allen,
Jack Paar,
Johnny Carson,
Jay
Leno,
Conan
O'Brien, Jay Leno again,
Jimmy Fallon.
All that trivia talk had me wondering just how I would do back on a tour. So I studied up and joined a tour to the most famous studio in 30 Rock.
Welcome to Studio 8H, the home of Saturday Night Live. But does anyone know what this studio was originally used for?
I can actually take that one.
Oh, thank you.
This was home to the NBC Symphony Orchestra, led by Arturo Toscanini, starting in 1937.
Okay, so maybe I didn't always get applause while giving tours, but spending time with our NBC Pages as the program turns 90 years old showed me the future around here is looking bright.
There's no like cookie cutter Page. They want diverse experiences and diverse people with different backgrounds. So anyone that's interested should apply because you never know.
All right, so I had to put the blazer on out here, right? Emmy, who was also a Page and works with all of us, I just got my 90th anniversary pin. They were nice enough to make me another name tag.
Wow.
Now I'm going to put y'all to the test, all that trivia, okay?
Okay.
Do you guys know
Help us out.
what the original name of 30 Rockefeller Plaza was?
No.
The RCA building.
Oh, I saw phone a friend happen, but we'll take it. We'll take it.
All right. Was I?
Very good. Well done.
RCA
Yeah,
building.
the RCA building. All right, number 2. Who was the founder of NBC?
Al Roker.
General Sarnoff. Willard Scott.
There we go!
Way to go, Roker!
All right, this one's a little close to home. How did Dave Garroway, the first ever host of Today, sign
monkey.
off each show?
Peace.
Yes!
Al is getting an unfair advantage.
Ow.
I was here when he was.
But you know that.
Al's a
Let's hear
forever
that one.
page. What?
The monkey.
The monkey, yeah, the monkey involved.
Okay.
Jay
His
Fred,
name was?
Fred Muggs. Yeah.
There we go. What do you know?
That's it? We got it?
You got it.
You guys, can we shout out? I know we're blocking everybody,
Yeah,
but
let's move out
a
of the
lot
way.
of these guys are now great producers. They run things at NBC. They are all here. We're going to recognize all of the current and former pages. Jenny, who runs our prompter, was a page. She's running the prompter. Jenny, thank you. All the thousands who go through this program. And by the way, it's impossible to get in this program. None of us.
We could have never
gotten into this program, so you
I
guys
still
are head
can't
and
get in.
shoulders
Yeah.
above us.
I can't get in the building.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
many
Thank
people
you.
we work with every day.
Yes.
You guys are the shining stars.
are.
Coolest.
Thank you so much.
Coolest.
We also want to mention we have a huge NBC page tribute on today.com, along with some information on how you can join the revamped tour at NBC Studios. The tours started back last week, right?
Way to go, Meredith Reese.
Meredith Reese.
Yeah, she's won
Meredith
too.
Reese.
Oh, yeah.
There she
Love it,
is.
love it. All right,
Where's
guys.
our floor director, Yosef?
You're in the
Aren't you supposed
2020
to? He's a
section?
page and he's over there.
He can't even cue us anymore. All right, guys, I'm going to need your help in a second,
should we
okay? I'm going to need your help with this tease, but here we go. Next, Adriana Brock has toy gifts for little ones, whether you know a kid who loves to bike or build or in the princess phase. But first, guys, help me out with the end. But first, this is Today on NBC. We are back with a new batch of Today bestsellers. This morning, we are sharing gifts that kids and kids at heart are going to love. You're going to want to snag these picks. They are going to sell out quickly. Our Guide Shop Today editorial director, Adriana Brock, is here, and you can always purchase what you see. Scan the QR code. Adriana, good morning. I know you're a little distracted because your beautiful daughter, Ella, is here with us.
She is. We have some special guests for our first one, which is this awesome retrospect balance bike. This is the under 50 gift you have to have for every 1 to 2 year old. We've got Noah also. Noah's on the loose.
Noah,
but kids are going to have fun with this one. Come over here, Noah.
Come, Noah. And Ella, can you show us how you ride it?
Ella, you want to show us how you ride the bike?
Okay.
Well, it's designed for 1 to 2 year olds.
Yeah,
and it really helps them balance.
Ah.
It's really easy to use. Even before they start walking, they can use this one. And what's awesome is it's made with slip-resistant tires.
Love it.
They're not going to make marks. It's also got limited steering, so they're not going to tip over and fall to avoid those accidents or any sharp turns.
Ella's got somewhere to go.
Ella's got somewhere to go.
Cute little tent.
She's
Tell us
going
about
to this awesome princess castle, which
I love
is
it.
around $30. It comes with the twinkle lights, and look at how big it is. You can fit a few kids in here, and it makes a really nice play space, not just for pretend play, but also for a little reading nook, a little cozy time. Really great one for all the kids.
And all that
Put all
stuff.
your stuffies in there, your favorite books.
Okay, Noah's doing what Noah's doing.
All right, they're having fun.
They
Listen,
sure are.
these
You
are sure
okay?
to entertain the kids.
Okay. Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Noah's amazing. All right, talk to us about this. What's this?
So moving on for
Canoodle.
something for a little bit of the older kids and even the adults. This is Canoodle.
Okay.
This thing went viral on social media.
Tell us why. What is
and
it?
It's because it's a brain teaser.
Yeah.
And so it comes with a 48-page booklet with all these puzzles to really tease your brain and put your
So you're
test
trying
your
to put it
brain knowledge.
together. Yes.
Yeah, you put it together. It's 2D and 3D puzzles.
Cool.
And it's $9.99. So it's really great for all ages, 7 and up.
She wants up.
And it's a great
Ella
stocking
wants up.
stuffer.
Ella, good job.
Yes.
All right, bring us to, this is fantastic.
Yes. So this is an awesome one for the budding artist. It's a trace pad. So you light it up and you can trace any design you want. So it's really fun for those budding artists.
Right.
It comes with the colored pencils. It comes with tracing paper, some designs for them to work on.
Look how
super
beautiful.
affordable, under $30. This is also a really good one for when you're traveling with the kids to keep them busy.
And
for a
no
really long
screen time. This is just something that they can physically do.
Exactly.
This is going to be a hot one. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Speaking of hot.
Oh, gosh. Yes.
Do you know about the Magic Mixies?
Talk to me.
Okay, this brand comes out with a new toy every year and they go viral. It's called the Magic Mixies.
Yeah.
And these are the Pixlings. And these are just as exciting as all the other Magic Mixie launches.
So what do you
Under
do?
$20. Part of the magic with Magic Mixies is that you have to believe in a little bit of magic.
Okay.
You follow the potion, you follow the steps. I think we have some video of one of our producers putting one together. And after you do your potion and you do a little bit of magic, a beautiful little doll appears that you get to keep forever.
Look.
It's so much fun.
So you pour all the potions
it's so
in
cute.
there?
Yes, I will say it can get a little bit messy,
It's
but nothing
okay.
some paper towels can't fix, you know?
Okay.
But it's really fun and it kind of makes us all believe in a little bit of magic.
Love it. What do you think, Ella?
Do you like it?
Yeah. She likes the lights
she
up
likes
on
it.
top.
Okay.
What?
Last but not least is our pick for the STEM toy. This is the Mega Cyborg Hand. This is for the budding engineer, for the kid who's into science. So what it does is it kind of takes the concept of pneumatics and some engineering and hydraulics and puts them into motion with this cyborg hand.
Okay.
So you use pressure, a little bit of water, and movement of your hand, no batteries, to build this robotic hand.
You're building this from
Yes,
this
you actually build it from scratch. So Ella, I'm gonna put you down so I could show Miss Hoda how to use it.
Okay.
Okay, or maybe not.
Okay.
But
So what do you
but
do?
it's totally functional too when you're done. So lots of fun stuff here. You could see here all of these
the fingers move.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
And you don't need batteries, no screen time. This is a great one for kids 7 and up. I recommend parents get in on this because it is a little
To
bit
help
harder.
put it together.
But yeah, it's so fun. And then you have this
is
rewarding project that you
super
made right
cool.
after.
I think did Noah drive away? He's gone now. Noah, he was terrific. You did a great job too, Ella. Thank you.
Say thank you.
Oh, God. Thank you, Adriana. To purchase these items, just scan that QR code, go to today.com/shop. All right, Savannah, over to you.
Oh, what a cutie. Coming up next, guys, we're going to keep the holiday fun going. We have the world-famous Radio City Rockettes. Oh, my gosh, and a preview of a new number from the 90th Annual Christmas Spectacular. But first, this is Today on NBC. Welcome back. The Rockefeller Center tree is in place just over there. The stars up. There's only one thing missing before Christmas in New York can really kick off. The Radio City Rockettes.
Classic. Well, have no fear. The Christmas Spectacular returns on Friday for its 90th season.
They're just as old as the Page program. I just realized that. Before it does, though, we have the stars of the show right here treating us to a preview, including Megan Levinson and Jordan Betcher. Good morning, ladies.
Hi,
Good morning.
So, Megan, 90 years. What's new this year? How are you celebrating this anniversary?
The Christmas Spectacular is truly the sights and sounds of the holiday spirit. And every single year we bring something new and special. And that is what has made this show be something that is part of the fabric of New York City. It truly is.
Well, this is the dance of the Frost Fairies. This is something interesting. Tell us about this.
Yeah, well, we are performing a little sneak peek of our Dance of the Frost Fairies number, where each Rockette is dressed in these beautiful, unique costumes, wearing our fairy wings. We also have fairy drones that fly above the Radio City Music Hall.
It is so cool.
And this year, more drones than ever before, truly creating such an immersive experience for all of the audience members.
And we open on Friday, so you want to get your tickets now. It's a limited run. You could get your tickets right now.
By the way, we're going. We've already got our tickets for a week from Saturday. We're all good.
All right,
all right.
Thank you so much.
Guys,
Get
ready?
to it.
All right, take it away.
Take it away.
Open this Friday. It runs through the new year. Tickets are available right now.
That's the spirit. Guys, stick around. We're going to have another performance from the Rockettes. You can put your coats on during the commercial. It's cold out here. That's coming up in our 4th hour. But we are back after check of your local news and weather. Rockettes is opening Friday.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see you after your local news. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
This morning on the 3rd hour of Today, touching tributes. Courtney Cox and Matt LeBlanc opening up about the loss of Matthew Perry, their personal messages and memories from the set of Friends. Then later, a Thanksgiving feast with an artificial flavor.
Make me a complete
Thanksgiving turkey dinner shopping list.
Vicky Nguyen showing us what happens when you let AI plan your holiday menu. Plus, Ed Helms is here live in Studio 1A, sharing the perfect holiday movie for the whole family. And would he ever return to the office? And you can't spell holiday without DIY. Easy crafts to step up your Thanksgiving decor and fun activities to get the kids involved as well. Today, Wednesday, November 15th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
It's Christmas time again.
Wow.
They're so good.
Yes. Yes.
Right? Just like get the whole like Christmas juices flowing.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today, and that's how we're kicking off the show this morning. The world-famous Radio City Rockettes on our plaza performing New York at Christmas. Of course, you can catch them in the Christmas Spectacular. It opens this Friday and runs through the new year, and tickets are available now.
So fun.
Yeah, that's right. But well, you know what else is fun?
What's fun?
What day is it?
Oh, yes.
What day is it?
Mike.
What day is it, Mike? Hump day.
It's not the same when you're not here.
Oh, you guys didn't do it last week?
Well, no, we do it, but
We do
it
it,
just
but
doesn't.
no one gets
feel-
more
Yeah.
excited.
Yeah.
You're the only one who gets that
I
excited.
do.
over
It just never gets old. I see the camel trotting through the office. Thank you again for being with us on this Wednesday. We've got a lot to get to this hour. We are going to start with some very new and personal tributes for Friends star Matthew Perry. Two of his former co-stars sharing their grief, sharing their memories for the first time. And NBC Entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas is here with that. Hey, Chloe, good morning.
Hey, Craig. Hey, everyone. The reality of Matthew Perry's passing is still reverberating through Hollywood, and the magnitude of this loss is still setting in. But yesterday, his Friends co-stars Matt LeBlanc and Courtney Cox began to open up.
Spread your wings and fly, brother. You're finally free. Part of a loving farewell to Matthew Perry, posted Tuesday by his on-screen best friend of a decade, Matt LeBlanc. The post begins, "It is with a heavy heart I say goodbye. The times we had together are honestly among the favorite times of my life."
Welcome home, man.
And then this from Courtney Cox, his on-screen wife. "I am so grateful for every moment I had with you, Maddie, and I miss you every day." The two post the first public comments from Perry's Friends co-stars since their joint statement just days after his death. "We are all so utterly devastated by the loss of Matthew."
Sweet mother of all that is good and pure.
Perry passed away in a hot tub in his home October 28th. The cause of death deferred. Investigators still waiting for the toxicology report, which could take months.
To my best bud. Thanks, best bud.
Perry's on-screen chemistry with LeBlanc, Cox, and all the cast was the secret sauce that helped propel Friends into an iconic place in TV history.
I'll get you later.
Over the weekend, Michael J. Fox, Perry's inspiration for acting, reflecting on their friendship.
He's a funny guy, and if I was ever as funny as he is, it is funniest. And I'm happy.
After attending Perry's private funeral, some of his castmates now sharing their sorrow and memories publicly. Cox posting an outtake of this iconic scene.
Do you think you knew I was here? Okay, your turn. No, beginning. He told me to say it, he did.
And LeBlanc sharing these sweet sentiments. "It was an honor to share the stage with you and to call you my friend. I will always smile when I think of you, and I'll never forget you. Never."
In a nod to their characters and their friendship, Matt LeBlanc ending his tribute with humor, saying, "I guess you're keeping the $20 that you owe me."
Thank you, Chloe.
Thank you, Chloe.
All right, well, now to a new high-tech way to plan for the holidays. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicky Nguyen is here. She tested out whether it's possible to use artificial intelligence to make Thanksgiving simpler and less expensive. So how did it go?
Oh my God, it was actually really fun, and I'll say it turned out
pretty good. It was basic but fun. You'll see. Good morning. We all know the possibilities for artificial intelligence are seemingly endless, but how does it stack up in the kitchen? Can it save you some money, some time, some stress? Watch what happens when we cook an entire Thanksgiving meal following recipes and a shopping list generated completely by AI.
Turkey, stuffing, potatoes, and gravy. There's nothing like a Thanksgiving meal. This year, turkey prices are down 29% compared to last year. But items like ham, sweet potatoes, green beans, and canned cranberries are up almost 60%. To start planning that feast, consider how many people you're serving. That determines how much food you need and how much it will actually cost versus your budget.
So to take out some of the guesswork, I'm going to let artificial intelligence figure it out. There are some options. I could use Google Bard, Microsoft Bing AI. I'm going to try ChatGPT. Make me a complete Thanksgiving turkey dinner shopping list and recipes for 8 people with at least 4 sides for less than $100.
Within seconds,
gave me what looks like a pretty simple, easy to follow shopping list with basic ingredients. 10 to 12 potatoes, 2 pounds of green beans, 4 sweet potatoes. This sounds like about enough food for 8 people easily.
It even let me put in specific requests for recipes using an Instant Pot, an air fryer, or for guests with gluten-free restrictions.
It recommends a store-bought pumpkin pie. That'll be simple. And this is interesting. It actually says the cost may vary, but you can find budget-friendly options. Then it recommends that I shop for sales, use coupons, and consider store brands to keep costs low. It's almost like ChatGPT watches our Consumer Confidentials on Today's Show. Let's go shopping.
I start at the top of the list.
The most important ingredient, the star of the show, the turkey. Next up, we need some butter. All right, I got my olive oil, and whenever possible, I'm listening to ChatGPT, buying store brands. Salt and pepper. I'm looking for onions. 1, 2, 3, and 4 sweet potatoes.
Some of the ingredients I didn't even need.
So my shopping list calls for celery and carrots, but I took a closer look at the recipes because I'm not making the stuffing from scratch. I don't even need these.
And most importantly,
it's not Thanksgiving without pumpkin pie. Okay, I've got all my ingredients. Grand total, $85.47, under $100. Time to start cooking.
My team and I get to work.
Ugh, giblets.
We follow the AI-generated recipe word for word.
The AI says we're gonna use salt, pepper, paprika, and garlic powder, but it didn't actually tell me an amount, so we'll just eyeball it. And that looks like a good-sized bird. Last step, we're gonna cover this bird with some foil and pop it in the oven.
The instructions said to cook it at 325 degrees for 3.5 hours.
All right, we'll see how she does.
Meanwhile, we get started on the side dishes.
Stuffing from the box.
But not everything went smoothly.
Oh no.
Some of the instructions were a little vague.
It doesn't tell you to cut the potatoes, but we definitely don't want to boil them whole. So why don't you go ahead and cut them into 1-inch squares?
The shopping list also didn't tell us to buy milk or brown sugar, which was required for some of the dishes.
The recipe reminds me to add some salt. All right, these are done. Easy peasy.
Looks good.
Finally, our bird is cooked, the stuffing fluffed, and the potatoes mashed.
AI did not help me with carving instructions, so I'm just gonna do my best here. Moment of truth, the turkey is ready.
The reviews?
Wow.
Yeah?
Paprika. Who would have thought? Potatoes are good.
Cheers to an AI Thanksgiving, guys. Totally edible. Nobody got sick.
That's what I want for my meal.
Listen, especially when you've got like some 20-somethings, might be your first Thanksgiving. This is a legit way to kind of meal plan and keep onto a budget. Obviously, not everyone was a Michelin-starred chef, so there were a few hiccups, like we burnt the brown sugar, we burned the butter because AI wasn't really specific on cooking times and instructions. We didn't have 8 people at the table, but there were plenty of leftovers for the 5 of us, and it was a really happy early Friendsgiving. But it was fun. We had a good time.
All right, so what other tips do you have for, I guess, for AI, for the rest of us?
So here's the thing, when you are typing in the prompts, the more specific you can be, the better your results will come back. And then also just don't hesitate to start over or use different types of AI to see which ones kind of give you a more complete.
Specific?
Like for me, as I typed that in, it was please give me a shopping list and recipes for 8 people for a Thanksgiving meal. For, under $100. Like we just really specified every single criteria we wanted.
You know, for folks who are trying this, like use your brain also. Because, you know, if you're missing the milk, realize that mashed potatoes have milk in it.
Carefully compare the ingredient list and the actual recipes to make sure you're getting everything. We thought we did that, but we missed a couple of things. And also, aside from AI, consider using BOPUS this holiday, right? Buy online, pick up in store. That'll help cut things.
Or here's this newfangled thing. They're called cookbooks. But other than that, if you don't have a cookbook, next best thing, Betty Jo Melvin. Betty Jo Melvin and that mac and cheese.
Or does she just feel it?
She just feels it.
Oh, but we're feeling Betty Jo and Craig because they are featured in the December issue of Southern Living, where Betty Jo shares the recipe for her go-to holiday dish. Wow, that is the mac and cheese.
Listen,
what a beautiful picture.
You know, I always pray that my mother lives a long and healthy life. But if she died tomorrow, she's lived. This is it.
This is it.
Growing up,
being kind of Southern.
Growing up in my house.
I'm like, where is this story going?
Ebony Jet Southern Living.
And the holiday edition.
Betty Jo, we're sorry for Craig.
Yeah,
it's a lovely picture. It's a great article.
It's Ebony Jet.
And you're going to be here alone.
Maybe she can still be beautiful.
There was no reason for him to bring that up.
No, I'm just saying, like
No, there's no reason.
I love it.
Don't put that out there.
She made it in the magazine.
She made it in the magazine.
You can pick up the December issue of Southern Living this Friday.
And
It's a beautiful
what is
picture.
wrong with you?
I got there, and she picked up my clothes for me, just like I was 6 years old.
Like the old days.
And you're like, okay. Do you have that in a frame somewhere? That's a good one.
Coming up, speaking of nothing, our favorite chefs are sharing.
Well, you know what I meant.
The stories behind their go-to sides. Chef Marcus Samuelson showing me how to make his grandmother's famous meatballs. And he did not wish her demise. But first, Dr. John Torres is going to help us get a better night's sleep, including how to use sounds to rest easy. Now, today,
to your question,
right back.
Yeah.
This is. She said you're asking me for the recipe.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
By the way, Betty Jo Melvin appreciated my defense of her.
She did. She said, I love Al.
So she's watching right now?
Of course, she watches every morning.
Good morning.
Speaking of this morning, today's checklist. We're going to help you get some sleep. We're going to help.
You need some sleep. We're going to do what we're going to do.
About a third of Americans don't get the recommended 7 to 8 hours. That's according to the National Sleep Foundation. So, NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres is in the studio to help set us up for a good night's rest. Always good to have you.
It's good to have you guys, too.
So apparently, it doesn't start when your head hits the pillow. There are things we should be doing throughout the day to ensure that we get a good night's sleep.
And I think most of us realize, you guys probably more than most because of the shift you work, that a lot of us don't get the sleep we need. But the thing we might not realize is that we're creatures creatures of habit, which means we need to start a habit as soon as we wake up. And if you think about it, especially back to old, the cave dwelling days, the light affected our bodies. And so you want to make sure as soon as you wake up, you get that bright light first thing in the morning. Open the curtains, get outside, get some bright light, exercise routinely on a regular basis for your health. But it can also help with your sleep, especially if you exercise early in the morning. That's going to be extremely important. Consistent meals. We've all been there where we've eaten that thing late at night and it just keeps us awake all night. So consistent meals throughout the day. Make sure you limit your caffeine. Alcohol and tobacco as well, those can keep you awake, and so you want to limit those. But caffeine, limit them in the afternoon. Some people can stop at 5, some people have to stop at noon, or they won't get enough sleep. And then no screens before bedtime. That's probably the toughest thing, because I'm a victim of this as well, where I watch TV and then go straight to bed and try to get to sleep. So if you can get a half an hour of downtime before you go to sleep, that can certainly help out.
So we've all heard about white noise, but now we're hearing about different colors of noise. So explain these each, and I think we've got an example.
This is one of my favorite words, but there's a cacophony of noise products out there, right? There's
a lot of noise about noise.
Yeah, so the biggest ones right here are these ones here, white noise.
That's what we're hearing right now. Just take a listen.
It's basically the full spectrum of noise, and it drowns out everything. If you live here in New York, or any big city, the trash truck, the honking horns, the ambulances, white noise is the thing to do that. The other one that came along is pink noise. That's a more gentle noise. And think of gentle rainfall or gentle winds. Listen to this.
There's just literally a siren going by right now.
So it's like a lower frequency.
It is. It's very quiet. It's more quiet.
That.
And it's one of those things that can actually help people get to sleep and stay asleep.
Kind of relaxes you.
It does. And then one of the newer ones is brown noise. And it's called brown noise for this thing called Brownian motion, which is looking at a microscope and how things rotate around.
It's kind of like ocean noise.
Ocean noise, steady rainfall, deeper rain, deeper wind. It's a deeper kind of noise. This can actually get you into deep REM type
I
sleep.
use the brown noise all the time.
And
Al,
you bring up a great point, because it's very person specific. I switch back and forth between white and brown depending on how it affects me.
Some noises irritate.
Some noises can irritate people, definitely, especially children. So you want to be careful and make sure that you might have to switch, but definitely experiment around with which one works for you.
We have about a minute left. Talk about optimal sleep conditions. What would you say?
So the best sleep conditions are number one, make sure that you turn your phone off, the notifications, and turn it over so the light doesn't come on and wake you up. Keep it cool, 60 to 68 degrees. Years ago, Craig, you and I talked about being at 68 degrees. That's optimal for me. As you get older, though, some older adults might like 75 degrees, and so it can be much warmer for them. Close the blinds. Remember, we started talking about light can wake you up. You want to be careful with that. So get those blackout blinds. Those can help.
Dr. John, thank you.
Advice.
You bet.
Good stuff.
Great tips.
All right, coming up, some of our favorite chefs are sharing their favorite sides. I learned how to make Chef Marcus Samuelsson's Swedish meatballs, passed down from his grandma Helga. And then later, one of our faves, Mr. Ed Helms, is here live, filling us in on his new family movie and how it felt to be a teen again. Third hour of Today. We'll be right back.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
A special holiday treat for you this morning, a savory side. We asked chefs and other Today Show friends to share their favorite memories and a delicious dish from their family table.
It's part of a new hour-long Today All Day special called Hometown Holidays.
So I got to stop by one of Chef Marcus Samuelson's restaurants, Hav and Mar, to hear about his favorite side dish from his grandma Helga. Marcus,
how are you, my
man?
friend?
How are you?
Welcome to Chelsea. Welcome to Hav Mar.
So, Marcus, you know, it's the holidays. Give me a sense of how you grew up.
Well, I was born in a hut in Ethiopia. And then at a very early age, my sister and I, and my birth mother, we had tuberculosis. My mom passed away, but me and my sister, we got cured. And then we got adopted to Sweden. And I went from being Kasahunsa guy to Marcus Samuelsson.
So what were the holidays like for you?
My grandmother, she was the food factory. All relatives came to Grandma Helga's house, and she just produced. Early November, there was like always bread to be made, saffron buns to be rolled, herring to be pickled, always something, right? And as you get closer to December, the big Swedish smorgasbord started to happen where there's like 7 types of herrings, 5 types of salmons, meatballs through the roof. And she made all of it. When you're an immigrant, you always have your foot in the old country, although you're not there.
Now Marcus, his wife Maya, and their children combine the 3 cultures for their family holiday.
There will always be some Swedish glugs, but there will always be Ethiopian dishes, and plus, of course, Thanksgiving turkey.
If there was only one thing that you could eat of your grandmother's, what would it be?
Her Swedish meatballs.
What makes those Swedish meatballs stand out?
Well, our family was a Swedish middle-class family, but our grandparents coming up were poor. And when you have a Swedish meatball, you can really feel the poverty. Because it's, you know, there's breadcrumbs in there. Why is there breadcrumbs? Because there wasn't enough meat around. Everything was about filling out.
Right,
because you didn't
stretching it.
Stretching it. That's what the Swedish meatball really represents me. And my grandmother, she never read a recipe. You have to feel things. These type of lessons that she gave me, right, are still the lessons that I am teaching my team here today in Manhattan, based on what grandmother Helga taught me.
And that teaching continues as Marcus took me into the kitchen for my own lesson on how to make Grandma Helga's meatballs.
Oh, look at this.
Complete with my very own designer apron.
We can start cooking.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow. You're now part of the elite club. Oh. Madonna got one. Oh. Oprah got one. Oh. And now Mr. Al Roker got one.
You get an apron. And you get an apron.
Not
and
everybody,
you get an
no. It's a very small club because it's not handmade.
Oh.
Woo. So
I love it. Now I was ready to get to work.
And the key, I think, for meatball is that they should actually be bigger than you normally see them, because if they're too small, they're going to get dry. Look at that. Boom. A little bit bigger than a golf ball, I would say.
Finding out a few unique ingredients along the way.
Pickle juice. In our
Did you
case,
say pickle juice?
Pickle juice, exactly. That's what we're
Pickle
gonna ask.
juice is having a moment right now.
It's having a moment. It's going to be a hot topic on today's show.
For a holiday side that would make Grandma Helga proud.
For me, I can't eat this without thinking about my whole family. Comfort, right? Isn't that good?
Happy holidays. So Marcus sent Grandma Helga's meatballs.
Not just the meatballs, a whole meal.
That's right, some wonderful apples and Brussels sprouts.
My goodness.
What do you think? Fantastic.
They're delicious.
Unbelievable.
And not dry even a little bit.
Some of the moistest meatballs I've ever had. If you want the full recipe, they're going to be in our hometown holiday special airing at 10 a.m. Eastern over on Today All Day channel on Peacock or your smart TV. Special also features so many of our favorite celebrities and chefs sharing their favorite holiday sides. Sebastian Maniscalco, Jesse James Decker, Tiffany Thiessen, so many more. So make sure you tune in.
Well done. Well
And
done.
beautiful apron.
Yes, it's lovely.
All right, guys, coming up, speaking of the holidays and Wellness Wednesday, we are going to talk about how to manage stress during the season and the power of doing less.
Hear, hear.
But first, Ed Helms, live in Studio 1A. He's going to share all the details about his fun new family movie, and we're also going to take a look back at his time in the office, too. We'll be right back.
Our next guest has been entertaining us for years. For 7 seasons, Ed Helms played Andy Bernard, the Nard Dog, in the hit NBC series The Office.
Oh, and who could forget him as Stu in the Hangover trilogy? Well, now Ed is yet again at the helm of another hilarious film. This one's called Family Switch.
He plays Bill, the patriarch of the Walker family. When his family encounters an astrological reader, they wake up to a full-body switch. The parents are now the kids, and the kids are now the parents.
Wow. Mom and Dad are gone. What do you mean they can't be gone? I don't know what to tell you. They're gone. What are we gonna do? Well, the first thing we gotta do is get rid of these crazy
They're here for
moms.
Mom's monthly supper club.
Okay, so if we give them food, they'll leave. Yeah.
We'll make them something. Mom does it all the time.
I've observed Mom making dinner thousands of times.
How can it be?
I'll get the chicken.
I'll get the fixins.
Whoa! Oh my God! Oh my God! Wait a minute! The water! Ah! What? Turn this off!
That's pretty good.
So being a parent is not that easy. Yeah. So
Yeah, making dinner turns out a little harder than we thought.
just a bit. It's so nice to have you here.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be back.
Yeah, well, glad we could talk about this movie. It kind of has those like Freaky Friday vibes with that switch thing going on. You obviously were at one point Jennifer Garner's husband, but now you play the brother. So how does that dynamic work on set?
It's a classic body switch movie, but with the fun of it being the whole family. You know, Jen is just the best possible scene partner you can ever ask. She's so committed. She's so hilarious. And we got to do the husband and wife thing, like you said. And then all of a sudden, we got to play kids. And thankfully, I used to be a kid.
Yes.
So I had a lot of life experience to draw on. And yeah.
I mean, when you play a 13-year-old, it's essentially, you're playing a teenager. How do you get into that mindset? Are you just drawing on your past, or did you bring in a focus group with other 13-year-olds?
Well, thankfully, like I said, I did used to be a kid. Also, the script really nailed it. Like, the script kind of had it all baked in there. We had a really funny script to work with. And then just a lot of improv and fooling around and kind of like trying to tap into all of that teen angst and insecurity. Like, I switch bodies with my son in this movie, and he's kind of like a nerdy, scared kid. And in the story of the movie, he comes out of his shell, and there's just a lot of kind of life lessons that get mixed up in it. But yeah, I had my struggles as a teenager. Didn't we all?
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
In fact, we have proof that you were, in fact, once younger. You posted recently a picture of yourself. This is a little younger than 13.
Aaron explains what you were talking about.
You're basically a white version of me at that age. I mean, so seeing that, what would you tell your younger 13-year-old self that if you got a chance to talk to him?
Well, first I would say buy new glasses. We just need to do
At least
better
you can blame
there.
your parents for that. Yeah.
And then I would say, definitely keep the braces because they're working hard in this picture. And but also just kind of be. I don't know. It's just so hard to have self-love when you're a kid, right?
Yes.
You're trying to figure it out. You're comparing yourself to all the other kids, and that's the most important thing. Just find your true self.
Yeah. Well, we have you. We're contractually obligated to ask you about The Office.
Yes.
Perhaps you heard or read recently the co-creator said, I'm open to the idea of a reboot, but not like The Office. Maybe like a spin-off, a la The Mandalorian, what it was to Star Wars. What would your ideal spin-off sister show look like?
Well, I like this Mandalorian kind of reference.
Okay.
So obviously, the best version would be Andy Bernard as some sort of bounty hunter.
Right. Or you could be Grogu.
Yeah, sure. Just sort of, as long as I get to ride one of those speeder bikes, I just, I honestly don't know.
With Mandalorian, and now we're not getting the answer we all want.
Well, truthfully, I don't know anything about it, and but I just love Greg and and the Dunder Mifflin universe, greater cinematic universe, as it grows. I'm all for it, whatever takes shape.
The DMCU.
Yeah, exactly.
And thank you so
Thanks,
much. We always love when you're here.
Of course.
Family Switch. It's coming out on Thursday, November 30th on Netflix.
Oh, good to see you, Ed. Thanks for being here. Coming up, 'tis the season for stress. So in Wellness Wednesday, some strategies to prevent us from feeling overwhelmed. Then later, we've got some hands-on holiday fun for the whole family, including one that may inspire you to start a new Thanksgiving Day tradition. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
Oh, this is a timely Wellness Wednesday. We're going to help you prepare for the holidays. Not the cooking, not the shopping, but the stress. And here to help is Melody Murray. She's an author. She's also a marriage and family therapist. Melody, welcome. Good morning.
Hi, Melody.
Hello. Good morning, everybody.
So, I mean, again, 'tis the season for stress. Lots of family gatherings. So what is something that we can do to help ease the stress, keep the peace during the holiday season?
It's really important to have personal boundaries during the holidays. And whenever we talk about boundaries, we're typically talking about our relationship with other people. But this is different. You have to take care of yourself, and you have to make sure that you are not overextending yourself. Make sure that you're not doing things that you really shouldn't do or don't want to do. So make sure you pay attention to how you feel before you decide to participate in an event or go somewhere or throw a party.
Mm-hmm.
Pay attention to how you feel. Do you feel excited or do you feel resentful? Do you feel exhausted already? You really need to pay attention to what's going on with you to decide if you're going to continue or not.
See, one of the things I think people don't say enough is no, and you know, because then when you say yes, you start piling things on, as opposed to no. And then you could always say yes.
Exactly. And no is a complete sentence.
Yeah.
You need to be able to say no, but also pay attention to the relationships that you have. And sometimes you need to reevaluate those relationships. Like if you find that you're doing the exact same thing that always brings you stress, that always drives you crazy, you're hanging out with certain people that you know you do not like.
Yes.
And they don't like you and they make life harder. Maybe you need to do some editing. And maybe you need to say no to some of those invitations, say no to some of those relationships. You have a right to set new boundaries, which say, hey, yes, I used to do that and I used to host that. I'm not going to do that anymore.
But what does that mean? People don't know what they're not getting.
Meaning, sometimes people want to have a surprise, you want to do a surprise gift, or you want to host, or you want to do all those things, but they're just in your head.
Yeah.
Don't say them out loud until you are 100% sure you want to do those things.
That's good advice.
Don't just automatically say yes to anything. I like to say no to everything because I don't like because when the day comes, I don't know how I'm going to feel.
Exactly.
What mood I'm
See,
gonna
and
be in.
Deborah will say, well, maybe we'll make, and then to me, that's more stressful.
That's worse.
And you're hovering.
Yeah.
It's absolutely worse. Say no. I say no to everything. And then when the day comes and the event comes, how do I feel? Do I feel like I want to do it? Yay, it's a surprise. Melody shows up and it's a surprise.
Ta-da.
Yay.
There's the surprise.
Everybody's happy.
There are some holiday gatherings we can't get out of. and you know that there's going to be maybe that person that just brings you angst.
Are you asking for a friend?
Anxiety. I'm just curious, what are you supposed to do in those situations when there's that person you know that's going to get into that conversation that you don't really feel like having?
When it comes to, I think, engaging in any type of event, have in your mind before you get there, set expectations. Set expectations of how long you're going to be there. Maybe limit how much time you're interacting with anybody or in any particular place. And make sure that you are avoiding things that could come up that you know bothers you. Excuse yourself. Lie if you have to. Say you got to go to the bathroom.
Right. And 20 minutes later.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, but sometimes some people really like to stir the pot and they like to cause drama.
Yep.
And so, solicit support from a partner, from a cousin, from a sibling. Say, keep me away from this person. Let's dance around the room on opposite sides of it. Get help when you need to create that distance between you and somebody or a topic that you know does not sit well with you and it's not going to end well.
Melody, you want to come over for Thanksgiving?
I'm in.
No. Say no. Say no.
Maybe.
Say no.
No.
Say no.
I'm not coming. I'm not coming.
Say no.
And then right when the food gets served, I'm knocking on your door.
That's it.
Thank you, Melody.
That was great.
Thank you. Up next, fun holiday crafts for the entire family, including bringing a mini Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade right into your home. We're going to show you how to do it when the third hour of today comes right back.
We are back with some fun ideas for your Thanksgiving get-together, from creative crafts to activities that will help pass the time while that turkey is cooking. Shannon Dougherty is here to help us.
Guys.
You may know her at Home with Shannon on TikTok. Shannon, good to see you.
Good to
Welcome
see you
back.
guys. Thank
Happy
you
early
for
Thanksgiving.
having me.
Seasons are just flying by.
Flying by.
So this first one isn't just a craft. You say it's a hack, so it's like a crack.
It's a craft and a hack combo. Thanksgiving, one of my favorite holidays. I love preparing in advance because we're all cooking. Dylan and I were just talking about having people over, and it's good to prepare in advance where you're going to put all your food.
Sure.
So I take some craft paper, line our cabinets or our center island, lay all your platters the night before, and then start writing really fun sayings. I am what I am, star of the show.
Cute.
Oh, good gravy, appealing mashed potatoes. So as your guests walk around, they read the sayings.
Yeah.
Your kids can help you make this.
That's great.
It's
And then
really
they know
fun.
what they're eating.
They know what they're eating. And if you have allergies or things, you can also write it right under the craft paper.
And you make another good point. Like if you do this the night before,
Yes.
that's one less thing that you've got to worry
One
about.
less
You've already got your
You know
platters
where
out.
everything's
And it's
gonna
an
go.
easy cleanup. You just throw it in
Right.
the garbage.
This is absolutely adorable for
This
For a
is such
crudité.
a fun one. So this is also a little hack to get your kids to eat vegetables, because if you make it fun food like this, my kids helped me make this one. It's so easy. They think it's cute. They'll eat it more likely. And if you're in a pinch, you can just get all of this from the grocery store. You don't even have to cut it yourself. So 2 seconds later, you have the cutest little turkey crudité.
That's great.
That's great.
It's almost
I'll
too
have one of
cute to
these as
eat.
we go to the next one.
Now, what do we have here, Shannon?
Some easy crafts for you guys. This is a DIY platter. It's also a keepsake. So you make it every year with your family. You just paint their hands with the different colors, have them go on the plate. They make turkeys, spray it with a food safe sealer, and you are done.
So you can wash this.
You can wash it. Yep, write their names, write the date. You can pass it down.
That's
great.
really cute.
That's a really cute idea.
And this is really easy to do.
And more with
I could see Lindsay doing that.
Oh, no question.
That's a fun one.
If she's watching right now, I guarantee we're going to be
You'll
doing
be
it next.
making that tomorrow. Another easy one, while she has the paint, have your kids go outside, get some rocks and leaves, paint them fun colors, and then when they dry, paint them with white. A cute saying, I did give thanks, you could do happy Thanksgiving, and you have an instant centerpiece that costs you basically nothing.
Right.
Really cute. Your kids will love doing that too.
And you can occupy your children for.
That's the thing, it's
There you
hours
go.
of entertainment while they're painting
Hours
those
of
rocks.
While they're painting the rocks.
Now, this is a little 3-for-1 for Thanksgiving for you guys. It's a coaster. It's also a nameplate, and it also can turn into a little ornament. So I did them for you guys with your families. You just take family pictures and some glue and sealer, put them right on the coasters, and you make
I love that.
little
That's brilliant.
things for
I
your
actually do
families.
this when we take off the bottom of the Christmas tree.
Oh. You
I
can,
save that
yes.
little piece, and then it smells really
Smells
nice too.
good, and you can do the same exact thing I did. Al with his granddaughter.
that's
Some
so
really cute
nice.
ones, and they're sentimental. Everyone can take them home.
Then we've got this whole tablescape here. What's going on?
My all-time favorite. So my kids love the Thanksgiving Day parade. Obviously, that's the true sign of Thanksgiving. So make a fun table for them. This was really easy to do. So
I see
I
what
took
you
some
did.
of the Legos, and all of this is wrapped around boxes. We drew puffy paint on them. So and I did little taxi cabs. Those
is so cute.
count as their names, so they know where they're
For the
sitting.
kids' table.
Yeah,
This is a
it's
fun
just
kids'
a
table.
really
This
fun
is really
table.
fun.
The hit of your Thanksgiving party. The balloons fall in the parade,
windy.
so they can
It's
fall on your table if you need.
Okay.
It's a
Invite
really
Craig
easy
over and
one.
He'll play Parade Master.
See what happened?
Now
It's
it's
a
taking a
windy
turn.
parade day. There
Suddenly
they go.
it turns dark. Shannon, thank you so
Such a fun
much.
one.
Thank you.
Of
We're sorry you had to see that. All right.
It's a great idea.
guys.
You have a great day.
Bye, guys. Happy
It's
Thanksgiving.
in spite of Craig.
half.
Third hour of today. We'll be right back.
Got my balloon.
Tomorrow, one of our faves, a third hour today, actor Paul Giamatti live in Studio 1A.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, music superstar Gwen Stefani, and a sweet surprise for viewers.
We will see you right back here tomorrow. Have a wonderful Wednesday.
Love you, Betty Joe. Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes. Y'all love Al Roker.
Today, two style stars, Gwen Stefani and Xana Roberts-Rossi, talk fashion. And they've got a special surprise in our new series, Shop the Drop. Plus, Saturday Night Live's Punky Johnson joins the fun. And we're talking about Kim Kardashian on the cover of GQ. The mom and mogul opens up about what she learned from her father and the impact he had on her life.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
And Jenna. It all starts
right now.
All right. Welcome in, everybody. Hey, it's Wednesday. It's November the 15th. Happy that you're here. Happy that you're with us. Happy that
it's in the middle of the week.
Just happy.
Yeah.
Just happy.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
I'm putting some Tic Tacs down that Hoda gave me.
Yeah, I handed her some Tic Tacs, and she asked me, Jenna asked me, did those come out of your mouth? Apparently.
Well, she reached to her mouth and then handed me.
No, but I was trying to share.
You're such a good sharer.
I was sharing.
You're a good sharer. Okay, have you seen the cover of GQ's, the 28th annual men issue?
Isn't that funny? Because usually you expect it to be a man.
Well, in the men's issue.
Because it's GQ. However, it's Kim K eating Cheetos.
Oh.
Wait, what?
First of all, can I just say, I love a Cheeto so much. I'm sorry, I know that's the cat in the window distraction, but if I could have one chip.
That would be yours? You would choose Cheetos?
What would you choose?
I would choose a Frito scoop with French onion dip. Like a scoop.
Well,
Do you know
I didn't
the
know.
Scoop? You know what I'm talking about? Scoop
Yeah,
it
the
like
big
it's a
one.
shovel.
I didn't know we
Scoop.
were talking dips, because in that case, I wouldn't go with a Cheeto. But so in it, she opens up about her work ethic and lessons she learned from her dad, Robert Kardashian.
Yeah, he passed away in 2003. It's funny because when you think of Kim, you often think of glamour, and people are like, but if you sit with her, which you have and I have, she has an incredible work ethic.
Yes.
A lot of this stuff you say, oh, well, she got this. No, she didn't.
She worked really hard
worked.
for it.
And this is her quote about her dad. She said, my dad had me sign a contract for everything. When I got a car, I needed to have it washed once a week, make sure that it had enough gas, that I didn't run it into the ground. And it was a gift he gave me at 16, but I had responsibilities.
That's very interesting. And she said there are lessons she's passing on to her own kids.
I think that's cool because, there was a woman and a couple here, and they had like 4 children, and all 4 were CEOs. And I asked them, like, how did these 4 children all become CEOs? And they said, well, we're just regular parents. I said, but what did you do? And they said, well, when my child wanted a bike, they didn't say, I want a bike. Okay, here's a bike. They said, I want you to write me a proposal of why you need a 10-speed bike. And the kid would write, I will be able to get to and from school faster on a 10-speed. I would be able to help with more chores. I would like a comprehensive, and then presented it. Then they weighed it out. It wasn't an emotional decision. Okay, yes, I'm getting you that 10-speed.
Okay, I don't know that we're raising CEOs. I would never say that, but we have done that with Mila.
Tell me.
Mila wanted a green light card, which somebody told us about it on the show. It's a debit card without any responsibilities.
Okay.
And you get it if you do, it's for kids, but they can also learn to invest.
Oh.
Maybe Bethany Frankel told us about it. I can't remember, but somebody told us that this was the best thing for kids to learn.
Is it real money?
It's real money that you would put into the account.
Okay.
And then they can choose to invest it, to spend it, to do all these other things.
To learn about
And we had said no, and we had said no, and we had said no. And then she did a PowerPoint presentation on which she loves a PowerPoint.
Okay.
And on why she was responsible enough now, and what chores she would do, and how she wanted to learn how to save.
My gosh.
And how she wants to buy presents for her siblings at Christmas on her own. She doesn't want, us to have to do it. All of these things. And at the end, Henry, who's a pretty conservative, spender, said, okay, Mila, you've earned it.
But by the way, for her to have thought that through,
I know.
That's pretty unbelievable.
She likes to build slides. You've seen some of her videos.
Yes, she does, by the way. She does great videos. That's such a great life lesson.
I know.
But
she did it on her own without us saying.
Because you said no. Imagine if you'd have said, well, okay, and then we'll see how you do with it. But instead you said no.
The power of no is, as parents, we heard it a lot.
Yeah.
I feel like this generation is just like, okay, have a phone.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
get on social
Yeah.
media.
Yeah.
Like saying no is
Yes.
actually
Really
important.
hard, really hard.
And important.
Okay, so people are wondering if there is a real romance in the air for Bradley Cooper and Gigi Hadid.
They seem like the perfect couple.
They're so cute.
And they've been spotted walking in the rain with his Ellen boxers.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah, and, going to do other things around the city.
Well, now a source tells Entertainment Tonight that Bradley invited Gigi to a work dinner this week.
Ooh.
So when you invite someone into your work family, It's like when someone here brings a boyfriend or girlfriend to visit the studio.
Yes.
Then you know that maybe Zach, that person is important to you.
We met your girlfriend.
Yes, important enough for you to bring her here into because this is your other world.
Yes.
So what do you think that means for them?
I think it means something that's hot and steamy is going on. Because crossing that boundary between pleasure and purpose, work.
Oh, go JBH.
I think that is saying, hey, come into my world. Sit down at the table with me and my colleagues.
Yes. I have a friend, Jen, who whenever I started dating someone, I'm like, oh, I want you to meet him. She said, I'm going to wait a couple of months until you're sure that you like this person. And I really do want to meet them. But I'm not coming in when you're forming your opinion so that, because you know how people weigh in?
Yes.
I think he says, oh, he seems so great. And you're like, oh, wait, maybe he is great.
Yeah.
You first find out if you like him.
And then
if you do, of course I want to meet him. I want to meet everyone in your life. But I don't want to meet someone who you've just met, so you can get my opinion on whether you should continue, that kind of thing.
I like that.
Isn't that kind of good?
Yes.
So you wait a little bit.
Wait a little.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What did you think about Henry when you first met him, Hoda?
Can I tell you what I thought about Henry? So you had spoken about him so much that I felt like I knew Henry. Henry is one of these people who looks you in the eye and is interested. And I immediately love that. And I understand, all I knew was, I know you choose well.
No.
So I was already predisposed to, he's going to be great because you chose him of all the people.
Well, and we were already married.
And you were married for a long time.
So it wasn't like you could be like, hey, you know who's not right for you?
Yeah.
Henry. You guys, it is a huge day around here, okay? It really is. We've been waiting for this and waiting since last season. The first 2 episodes from the new season of Hoda's podcast. It is an incredible place. It's an incredible community where people can feel good. We need this today. It is called Making Space, and the first 2 episodes are out today.
Yeah, you can scan the QR code. So we've got a bunch of great guests, people who you think you know, but you really don't know. And I feel like a lot of the theme of this season is sort of wisdom seekers, inspirational leaders and teachers, and we're not going wide, we're going deep. So that's kind of the game. So Maria Menounos, who we've both spoken to, and I felt like, oh, I know her.
Yeah.
I love her. I learned about the things she's been through, the illnesses, the way that she took her own health in account all by herself and ended up trying to heal herself. Things that are just sort of, I think for a lot of people, they'll do conventional medicine.
Yeah.
She did conventional and so much more.
Nutrition.
And look at, how she's standing. Anyway, I asked her how she finds space as a busy new mom in her day, and this is what she had to say.
How do you make space for yourself? How do you do it each day?
So I squeeze it in when I can. I know that I have to really guard my health so carefully because I need to be here for her. I am on a mission to reverse anything that's going on in my body, and I'm doing it, and stay as long as I can with her. So I keep visualizing every day me being like an old grandma with her and being, holding her baby someday, because that's what I want. I want to be with her forever and ever and ever.
No.
She has a new baby, and she is an incredible human being. So I love her. I've got Rainn Wilson, who is from The Office, who you think is, and you know him well, a funny, quirky guy. Winds up, he's one of the deepest people I've ever sat with.
Isn't that crazy?
It's insane. His spiritual quest is amazing. And
can we just talk about the merch?
Y'all!
Look around the studio. We're all wearing the sweatshirts.
Wait, look at this sweatshirt. First of all, is it upside down? It is super. Look at our Y'all look so good in the Making Space sweatshirts. Everyone is modeling.
We love the purple. It's a beautiful, calming
Is it cozy,
purple.
Davey?
I love it.
Is it so soft?
They're
It's
getting
so
good
soft.
reviews. Can we also just show this clementine and white tea scented candle?
Does that smell
now,
good?
I have to tell y'all, I am picky about my candles.
I know you are. Do you
Smell
like it?
that.
Uh-huh.
You've already smelled
I've smelled it. I
She
like
did.
it.
Hoda Copy personally smell tested this
Yes,
candle.
I did. So, you guys, if you'd like, head to the NBC Studios, the store at NBCstudios.com, or you can just scan the QR
Yeah,
code.
you guys,
and
or
get
if
it.
you're in New York for Christmas time, head over to the store.
They're fun. Making space, y'all. It's fun. I hope you enjoy the season. Coming up next, she's had us laughing for 4 seasons on SNL.
The hilarious Punky Johnson. She joins us right after this.
Yay.
It smells great.
That's me. That's me. One of the best things about Saturday Night Live is you never know what to expect, especially when cast member Punky Johnson hits the stage.
Yeah, in last weekend's episode, she channeled her inner Nicki Minaj and brought down the house.
Yeah.
Take a look.
Wake up in the morning, little man up in my sheets. I thought he was a kid, I had to check his ID. I cannot believe this little guy is 33. That was close. Woo! Statutory, cause at the bar he was cute, he was shy, he was nice, but found out my man went to jail twice. I'm in love. Cause I know that he a boss and I do what he say and I do what he wants.
Welcome. Okay, you were reliving that in this moment, Punky, while that was going on. Was that fun to play her?
Yeah, it was fun. That came up. We was just in the dressing room just acting stupid. And it's crazy how you go from not having an idea, then go from acting crazy, then for it to be on television. It was just.
Is that what happened? It was like y'all were just fooling around?
We were just messing around with it, and then we just turned it into a song, and then Lauren was like, we're going to put it in a live sketch. And it just.
And there it was.
It feels like that type of organic comedy is what really hits, too, right?
Yes. Anything can happen at that show. You just got to be open and you just got to go with it. You got to submit.
By the way, if there's anybody watching in New Orleans, and I'm sure everybody is, they know this accent. You lived there, you grew up there, your mom is still there. Is your mom funny too?
Oh yeah, my mom is hilarious. I grew up in a crazy household. She didn't listen to R&B when she was cleaning the house on Saturday. She listened to Richard Pryor.
Oh, she did?
She listened to Dave Chappelle. It was just all comedy in my house all the time. We laugh at funerals. We don't cry. People be confused. The business be confused. They be like, they must be glad they dead. I'm like, nah, we celebrate with smiles.
Really?
Well, is that also because you laugh in kind of awkward moments? Because we've had that happen
That is
before.
the worst.
Yeah. We are a very emotional family, and we like to run from the truth and sweep things under the rug.
So do we.
So in order to do that, we just got to crack jokes.
So how do you go from a kid in New Orleans who went to McDonough 35 to this woman on SNL?
Well, you gotta ask Lauren that. I constantly be like, you know who you hired? Like, I can't. Sometimes I still walk in the lights and I'm like, I really can't believe they let me on this show.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't. I was just like, I'm never gonna be on a show like that because I'm just this crazy, brash person. I'm from the South. I'm kind of out of control, a little psychotic. So I was like, they're never gonna let me on a show like this. But Lauren saw something in me, he let me on, so I'm good.
Wow.
And we read that your mom, when you were packing up to move from New Orleans, come to New York, she put a little picture in your bag. And what did she write?
She said something like, I'm so happy you made it. Wow, you're on Saturday Night Live. Now you could pay me back for everything I've ever done to you, done for you. She told me she have like receipts and all kind of invoices in the file cabinet for me to pay her back for life.
I love that.
Because I wouldn't be afforded this opportunity if she didn't go through 9 months of labor or pregnancy. So I'm like, all right, Mom. But I've been paying her back with first class tickets. So she's been bougie and flying first class for the last 3 years. She like to get on the airplane, sit in the front, and people watch. She's a chronic people watcher.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my mom.
That is so awesome. Do you ever, Jen and I have spoken about this ourselves, but sometimes we all kind of have imposter syndrome. Like we walk into studios like this and go,
Yeah.
Do they know I'm here?
Yeah.
How did you overcome that, or have you even?
No, I'm never gonna. I don't think I'm gonna ever overcome imposter syndrome, especially having a job like SNL, because it's a roller coaster of emotions over there. It's like 1 week, like my first week was kind of like, but my second, third, and my fourth week was fantastic. So I'm like, I'm on top of this world. I don't know how this week is gonna go. I could be down. I mean, it's always a surprise element over there. But either way it go, I'm happy to be where I'm at. And I do a lot of meditation.
You do?
Yes.
And do you do a power pose?
I do you know where I got that from?
Where?
Grey's Anatomy, Amelia Shepard. Before she did this life-changing surgery, she stood like a superhero. And sometimes I do that in the morning in a meditation style.
Oh.
Yes.
Because you're just like, I got it.
All right.
Yeah, it feels good. It's like you're just
grounded.
Yeah.
All right, Punky, don't go anywhere. You're going to stick around and you're going to weigh in on some popular dating trends
because
coming up.
you got to have
this
hilarious
I got the
podcasts.
Yeah. I got the answers.
We are back with SNL's Punky Johnson. And did y'all know that Punky is also somewhat of a relationship expert, doling out advice on her love? So we want to get her thoughts on some new dating trends in our series.
All rise for Judge Punky. So you got a podcast out there, huh? You're doling out advice?
Yeah, it's unprofessional and unsolicited advice, but it's through life experience, so I think it's kind of good.
Okay, well, let's do it.
We're going to do this. Think it's kind of good. That's all we need.
Okay, so you're going to hit your gavel and give us your final verdict when we give you a scenario. Okay, so here's the first one. Scrooging. Scrooging is a trend where someone dumps somebody just before the holidays so they don't have to buy them a present or meet their family. Are you for or against Scrooging?
Okay, I'm going to hit the gavel. If I'm being petty, I'm all for it. But I'm older now, so I don't really believe in it. If I'm 25 years old, I'm definitely getting rid of you 12/24. And then I'm going to holler back at you in January. Like, hey, stranger.
What's up?
Now, Judge Punky, are you sure you wouldn't wait till after Valentine's Day just to put it out there?
Well, then I'm going to do it again. I'm leaving you February 13th. I'm going to holler back at you for Easter. Hey, stranger.
All right, there you go.
Okay, here's the next one. This is a trend called Scandinavian sleeping, which is when you sleep in the same bed as your partner, but you each have a separate comforter, so there's no fighting over the blankets.
Yes.
How do you stand on this important issue?
Well, see, I'm hot. I'm very hot. I don't like skin. I don't like body temperature. I gotta sleep cold. I need the room to be under 60 degrees. I need it to be freezing cold, but still body temperature is hot. So if we get covered up in a comforter and hold each other through the comforters, I could do that. But it's the skin-to-skin stuff. I'm like, nah.
Okay, so you like the two comforters. Do you think that's a good method?
Absolutely.
Scandinavian sleeping.
Hold yourself, baby girl. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay, so that's your ruling. All right. Next one. This is called roaching. This is the dating trend of dating multiple people at the same time, but not telling any of them that you're doing that.
I don't know why it's called roaching.
Well, I had a flashback of a flying roach. I don't know why these kids be calling this stuff all this crazy stuff. I believe in full transparency.
Yes.
I believe the real pimp status is when you could tell everybody what you're doing. Like, I'll be back, shorty. I'm gonna go see this person. I think that's real pimp status, and I believe in full transparency. Let them know you run it. Let's go.
I like it. All right. Okay, the last trend, one we all know, it's called hall passes.
Yes.
That's when a couple agrees that the other can cheat with the predetermined person in the situation, if the situation were to arise. Usually that person is like Angelina Jolie.
Right, someone unattainable.
Yeah.
Yes.
How do you feel about a hall pass?
Yes. I just feel like, look, we all human. I mean, I get a little scared when it comes to talking about commitment and stuff, but I could be with somebody I'm capable of love, but you know, the flesh is weak, is all I'm trying to say. So just give me a little hall pass, you get a hall pass, and if you want, we can hall pass together.
Okay, all right. Okay, Punky. By the way,
you are hilarious.
So fun. You can catch Punky on SNL this weekend with host Jason Momoa and musical guest Tate McRae, right here on an NBC station, right here, and also on Peacock.
We're going to be watching.
Punky.
We're going to be watching. Coming up next, Grammy winner and fashion icon Gwen Stefani shares her style inspiration with Xana Roberts-Rossi.
And Gwen gives us, we're going to kick off something special with Gwen for our viewers. You don't want to miss it after this. What did that say?
Yes, that was.
We're very excited because today we are kicking off a fabulous new series with E-Style host Xana Roberts-Rossi, and it's called Shop the Drop.
Okay, Xana is going one-on-one with some of the hottest and most fashionable celebs to talk about their style inspiration. Then you all of y'all, are going to get the chance to shop the celebs brand with an exclusive discount.
This is big.
It's huge, that's right. And we are starting off this series. Then who better than three-time Grammy winner, style icon, Gwen Stefani. And she's leaving a big, bold impact on the beauty industry. Take a look. Whether she's keeping it cozy in her ranch in Oklahoma with her husband Blake Shelton, or she's on a red carpet here in Los Angeles, Gwen Stefani never fails to nail the perfect look. And today, she's going to talk to us all about her iconic style inspiration and also some beauty secrets exclusively for us. And she's got some good stuff to hand out too. You ready to shop the drop?
All the girls stomp your feet like this.
For decades, the world has been going bananas for Gwen Stefani.
Bananas, B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Now with a signature makeup line, new music in the works, her role as the coach on The Voice, and a fresh start on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think that this girl right here from Orange County would have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
We had to catch up with the pop superstar.
Congratulations!
Oh my gosh, thank you.
That's such an amazing feat. Yeah, and when Blake went up there to do his speech,
Being a mother is still the most important thing in her life. But today, it's nice to see her honored for her side project, which is being one of the biggest stars in the world.
I was literally sucking the tears down my throat.
He said the most touching thing that being a mother is the most important job to you.
It's the hardest job out of everything we do. We think that we work really hard until we have kids, and then we're like, oh my gosh.
There's no doubt Gwen can do it all, including her latest endeavor, Give Beauty, a makeup line inspired by her iconic pop-punk style, rooted in her humble beginnings in Southern California, working at a makeup counter.
I I think my favorite thing about working behind the counter was just making dreams come true.
Right.
That was my, war paint for the day. Like when I put my face on, like I was ready for whatever it was. I just really like giving that feeling, and I like the way it makes me feel. My favorite.
With that, I had to see if Gwen could help me pull off her signature red lip.
I'm gonna start, I'm gonna give you, do you like to overdraw or not?
Yes, I want to overdraw.
Yeah, I think this looks so good on you, honestly.
I love it.
It's so pretty.
No, but I would never have done a red lip.
It's cool though.
I don't know, but this red specifically, and it's so soft, and it's so smooth, and now I've got double the size lips. Gwen Stefani did it for me!
More than makeup, Gwen knows how to rock some fierce fashion. So I took her on a little trip down memory lane.
Do you know how many reference boards
Oh
this
my gosh,
is still on today?
honestly, that is just a work of art, isn't it?
Oh, you mentioned it okay.
So the pink hair happened, when you break up and then you change your hair color, that was the color I chose. And then I got rich, so that's why I got the braces. Oh, one of my favorite. I never thought I was gonna be getting married. Like, that's just insane that happened. I do my vows and I'm like literally bawling. I mean, we're talking about like, like that kind of crying. Like just, I didn't have a makeup artist, I did my own makeup, and completely like all the makeup came off. And so then he goes, well, I know that you like, are always on me about not writing songs, so and then all of a sudden the guitar out of nowhere, and he plays me the song, he writes me, right? And I'm like, oh my God, so I'm bawling.
If ever there was an image of you being able to do your makeup,
I had to do it so fast too.
And of course, underneath it all, there's Gwen's first passion, music.
Now you've been in the studio, you've been doing some recording.
I have, it's pretty exciting.
Is there an album coming?
I'm finally like super excited. From my heart and from my soul, like I love to write music, and it's so therapeutic for me. It was just little bits at a time, and then I finally wrote this song, and I kind of got in a zone, and now I'm getting really close. It's the first time after all this time that I'm like actually like, oh my God, I can't wait for it to get to come out.
But until that drops, Gwen has a special gift just for you.
Okay, Hoda and Jenna, are you ready to shop my drop?
We are. We are ready.
By the way, what a great vibe you have with her.
Oh,
I have to say.
So warm, so lovely.
And we love the red lip.
Yes.
And she got me wearing a red lip. Never in my life before did I ever think I would do a red lip until Gwen Stefani literally
so
grabbed your
good on
head. She's very good at doing makeup.
She's very good.
Okay, well, Xana, Gwen is giving us an exclusive deal, and we are about to reveal it. So are you ready to shop the drop?
Oh my God.
Okay,
This
Xana.
magic.
What is this?
What is this?
This is an incredible deal. So basically, Gwen Stefani and Give are literally giving us these products, right? These are 4 of her favorite products. In this bag, which would retail the 4 products for $94, we are getting these for $50.
Oh my gosh.
Right, for today's show viewers only, $50, $94 retail. So we have a mascara, which is Can't Stop Staring, and this is lengthening, it builds on lashes, and it literally stretches them out. It's super black. Then we have this amazing lip eyeliner, which is literally party-proof. It's black, and it literally stays for 24 hours. You could dive in a pool and it's not gonna move. Then we have these fantastic lip glosses.
I love this color. It's a neutral. It looks good on everybody.
And you know what's interesting? We always think of her with the red, but this is her go-to on the daily.
Okay.
It's in Sweet Tooth.
What's this guy?
And this is actually called Paint It Up, and it's a 24-hour eye base. So you can wear it as an eyeshadow, and it's not going to budge, not going to crease, and it's going to last you.
And you get the
all
bag
month.
too?
Yeah, look
And
how cute the makeup
So
bag is.
again, will you go over the price? So this is normally what kind of a deal?
This would be $94 for everything here. We are getting it for $50.
What a great.
That's a great, almost half off. That's
great
amazing.
gift.
And the bag
holiday
is
gift.
limited, so you got to get it while it's last.
Okay,
well,
thank you.
supplies last. That
Thank you,
makes sense.
Xana. Thank you.
To get this exclusive Give Beauty Bundle by Gwen Stefani, head to today.com/shop, or you just scan that QR code next to Hoda.
All right, thank you so much, Xana. Coming up next, Chef Melva Wilson's in the kitchen. She's got a couple of delicious dishes for your holiday table. Coming up right after this.
I like this. I feel
Yeah.
like she knows
Chef Melba Wilson is a New York City icon with her famous Melba's Restaurant in Harlem. She's also on the board of a great organization called God's Love We Deliver. It provides meals all around New York City.
It's an incredible organization. And Melba, you are incredible. We are so lucky to have her here to show us how to make some delicious dishes. This is a good Wednesday night before Thanksgiving dish. So all you have to do is scan that QR code to shop along with us. We're talking short ribs.
We're talking short ribs. We're also talking God's love.
Yes, talk about that.
God's love we deliver.
What are y'all doing for Thanksgiving
Super excited.
this year?
So this year what we're doing is we are delivering 15,000 meals to people's homes, to our clients' homes. And these are people that otherwise would not have gotten a meal.
Yeah.
And not only are we delivering it to them, but they're not going to eat alone. We're delivering one for their guests as well.
Oh.
So it's so important to me.
This is such a good organization to get the whole family
and they've been
involved
doing this
in.
for 38 years.
How amazing is
38
it?
years.
And you're on the board because you're an incredible human.
Thank you so much.
All right, so let's cook.
Short ribs of beef. Some of my favorite things.
You gonna throw those in?
We're gonna
Want me to
take.
add this?
Yep, we're gonna put the garlic, salt and pepper.
You're using Heather's favorite accessory, the Ziploc
reusable,
bag.
reusable.
That's all you need.
bag, right?
Okay, so salt and
in
pepper.
here. Yeah, pepper.
Okay.
And then what we're going to do
Is
is
there
we're
any
gonna take
liquid
it-
or just no
no,
liquid?
No, because we're going to marinate these overnight. We're going to seal our bags, shake it up, make sure that we
I
get
know,
the
it's
seasoning
a dry
all
rub.
over.
It's a dry rub.
right?
Okay,
Then we're going to take them out
And you put these in the fridge overnight, obviously.
overnight, definitely. And then what we're going to do is we're going to here. Why don't you do this for me?
Oh, okay, yes, ma'am.
There's some oil in the Dutch oven, and what we're going to do is we're going to put them in our pot. We're going to put them about a half an inch away from each other. Perfect. You're doing a great job.
Can I
over
ask
here,
you
Jenna.
what could be a silly question?
Smell this.
What's that?
I love the
That
rosemary.
rosemary is
I love a
amazing.
short rib, but I only really like a short rib that's not super fatty. You ask at the butcher, like, can you get different kinds of cuts?
just cut it
You
off.
know, you can, but what I would do is take some of the fat off.
Yeah.
But just remember, fat adds flavor.
Yeah, you wanna cook with it.
It definitely
Cook
adds
with it and then
flavor.
cut it off after?
Without a doubt, without a doubt. So those are going to cook for about 7 minutes. You want to brown each side of them. Then they're going to come out looking like this.
Yummy.
But they're
Beautiful.
not cooked through, right?
They're not cooked
Okay,
through.
so
You're
then
so
what?
smart. So then after they're browned, what we're going to do is take these out real quick.
Yeah.
We're going to take these out after they've browned.
Okay.
Okay, look at that. Beautifully brown.
Uh-huh.
Beautifully brown. Take them
Okay.
out. Put them back in this. Just
You
for
brown
television.
them on,
For
wait,
television.
just 1 second, because I may
brown them
try
on
to
all
do this.
Brown them on all sides. All sides.
Okay.
Put those in there.
Okay. Put
Okay.
these in here.
Yeah.
Put those back in there?
Put those back in there.
These
Yeah.
are the browned ones.
Why do
Those
you
are after they're brown.
Why do you
Okay.
take them out then?
Because you're just going to brown them. You're just
Yeah.
going to brown
Okay,
them.
and then
okay, and then put your
these
wine
weren't
in
all the
here.
way browned.
Oh.
So we just have some.
Okay,
your
but
wine in
but
there.
you don't. Sorry.
Oh, that looks
Looks beautiful.
When you're
looks
really
beautiful.
cooking it, though, you can leave it in there and just turn it down.
Right,
Yeah.
right. We just did that because those
For
were not cooked.
television. All right.
And then we're going to put our stock in.
Okay.
Is that chicken or beef?
I like to use beef, but you can use chicken.
Okay.
Let's put the bay leaves in there.
Okay. Yes.
Great.
Let's head on down.
And we're going to put that in the oven, let it cook for
Okay.
2.5 hours,
Okay.
and voila, here we
That
go.
looks
That's what it looks
insane.
like.
We're gonna take
Now-
a bite while we're here.
Now,
and then what are the
corn
sides?
pudding.
Look how it's falling apart.
Look at that.
See,
It's
this is
supposed
what
to
I
fall
like, but
apart.
this isn't too fatty for me, Melba.
It's not. It's
Okay.
not. It's supposed to fall apart. Then what we're going to do is we're going to make our corn pudding.
Okay, here's the recipe right here.
Here's
I
the
don't even know
recipe
about your corn
right
pudding, but
here.
This is killer.
This is
Our
the best
corn
thing we've
pudding
ever tested. If
is
you don't want to
amazing.
make that recipe,
It's amazing.
Cook along
And this
with
is our
her.
corn pudding right here.
Melba, you are the most talented. We adore you.
Congrats on your restaurant, the Prudential Center, and your
Thank
upcoming
you.
one at Grand Central.
Thank you so
Melba's
much.
doing it.
Yeah, for these recipes, go to today.com/food. And if you are planning a Thanksgiving or holiday meal, scan that QR code.
Happy
Sign up for a
holidays.
Today account, and you can save on any of your favorite recipes.
This is insane.
Coming up
Thank
next,
you.
y'all, the Rockettes on our plaza.
It's so
I really
good.
want to make this weekend.
Oh, please do.
I'm in the
please
mood.
do. Are you enjoying that? Good. It's so easy.
this Friday marks the return of the world-famous Radio City Rockettes. More than 70 million people have seen the Rockettes perform in the Christmas Spectacular in the 90 years since its debut.
Well, this year, the show will feature beloved holiday performances, including this one, which we love, and the recent edition of the Frost Fairies. Of course, an appearance from Santa Claus. With us now are two longtime Rockettes. We've got Bailey and Taylor. Welcome, guys. Hi. First of all, Jen and I love to bring our families to this, and we are always so excited about something new. The fairies, which is a very cool part, is something that kids love because they actually see drones as well, right?
Yes. Last year, we brought in a newly reimagined scene called Dance of the Frost Fairies, where the Rockettes wear beautiful fairy wings, and there's fairy drones that fly high above the audiences. This year, though, more drones than ever.
More drones.
Something that you can only see here at Radio City Music Hall. We're so thrilled to open the show this Friday, November 17th. We run through January 1st. And come on over. Come check us out.
Oh, of course.
We do it every single year.
Every year.
I feel like Hoda's one of your first guests. We read that you guys kick 200 times per performance. We can only kick about 4 times in our dance routines. How do y'all prepare to have that type of stamina?
I can't believe it myself. 200 kicks in a show, sometimes 4 shows in a day. It really takes a lot of teamwork from the ladies behind me. We rehearse 6 hours a day, 6 days a week to create the Christmas Spectacular. So it's an incredible amount of hard work, but we really enjoy our jobs.
Now, you guys have been on this team for 10 years, is that right? For each of you? 14 for you?
And 12 for me.
12 for you, wow.
Do you remember when we came and tried to be Rockettes?
I was there.
I knew you were.
You can't erase it.
That was a terrible day.
And we want to commend everybody because it's freezing out here and y'all are warm on the inside, so that we're happier. What are you guys going to do for us now?
Today we're doing a number from our a number in our show called New York at Christmas, and it's just a little snippet.
We love that one. Okay.
This is the one with the double-decker bus.
Yes.
Here we are to perform for you today, and we're so thrilled.
Take it away.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
makes me fall in love with New York all over again when you guys do that.
And
that was
Christmas.
awesome.
We're ready. The Christmas Spectacular starring the Rockettes. It runs this Friday through January 1st. Y'all, if you're here, come see it. It's at Radio City Music.
Get your tickets. We'll be back right after this.
Thank you guys. Y'all are amazing.
Okay, today was so much fun. We launched something new, Shop the Drop, with Xana Roberts-Rossi and Gwen Stefani. And now we have one more surprise. We're going to give away for free 10 of these of Gwen's Give Beauty bundles.
How awesome is that? To enter, you just follow us on Instagram and head to this Instagram post. You see it here with Gwen Stefani.
You can find it.
Tell us in the comments why you would like one of these bundles. And while you're there, click on the link to our bio to watch Xana's full conversation with Gwen.
Could be yours. All right, coming up tomorrow, we're with the Scott brothers, Drew and Jonathan.
Plus, Thanksgiving sides with Marcus Samuelson and Melissa Clark.
And Bobby Thomas brings us her bests for less.
Okay, you guys have made it
see
to
you
Wednesday.
tomorrow.
It's Wednesday.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Hometown Holidays on Today All Day. As we head into the holiday season, we have gathered beloved chefs and friends of the Today Show to share their favorite festive memories and a delicious dish from their family table. All right, so we're moving the mains aside. Today, it is going to be all about the scrumptious sides. We've traveled all across the country to visit several folks right at home. For example, we got Curtis Stone whipping up the perfect starter to celebrate an Aussie-style Christmas. Layla Ali is sharing her sweet and savory cornbread dressing. And you do not want to miss comedian Sebastian Maniscalco making a recipe inspired by his grandma. But first up, I went to visit my good friend, Chef Marcus Samuelson, at one of his Manhattan restaurants, Hav and Mar. Growing up in Sweden, Marcus learned to cook with his grandma, Helga, during the holidays, so he had plenty of delicious memories to share with us. Marcus,
how are you, my friend?
How are you?
Welcome to Chelsea. Welcome to Hav Mar.
So, Marcus, you know, it's the holidays. Give me a sense of how you grew up.
Well, I was born in a hut in Ethiopia. And then at a very early age, my sister and I, and my birth mother, we had tuberculosis. My mom passed away, but me and my sister, we got cured. And then we got adopted to Sweden. And I went from being Kasahunse guy to Marcus Samuelsson. I went from eating injera and hot stuff to herring and boiled potatoes.
So what were the holidays like for you, growing up?
Well, the holidays were actually my favorite time of the year because my grandmother, she was the food factory. All relatives came to Grandma Helga's house and she just produced. Early November, there was like always bread to be made, saffron buns to be rolled, herring to be pickled, always something, right? And as you get closer to December and mid-December, the big Swedish smorgasbord started to happen where there's like 7 types of herrings, 5 types of salmons, meatballs through the roof. And she made all of it. When you're an immigrant, you always have your foot in the old country, although you're not there. And we kind of doing a hybrid at home now, right? With my 2 kids, with my wife. There will always be some Swedish glugs, but there will be Ethiopian dishes, and plus, of course, Thanksgiving turkey.
If there was only one thing that you could eat of your grandmother's, what would it be?
Her Swedish meatballs.
What makes those Swedish meatballs stand out?
Well, our family was a Swedish middle-class family, but our grandparents coming up were poor. And when you have a Swedish meatball, you can really feel the quality. Because it's, there's breadcrumbs in there. Why is there breadcrumbs? Because there wasn't enough meat around. Everything was about filling out because you didn't stretching it. That's what the Swedish meatball really represents me.
So how do we get started with Grandma Helga's meatball?
Yeah, we got beef.
Uh-huh.
But the second meat we're putting in is actually lamb today.
Oh.
Just because the fat content is better. And then we have breadcrumbs. We're gonna put in some cream. You can just start massaging that, yes.
Right.
I'm gonna add in some salt.
Okay.
And then again, some spices. This is the Ethiopian spice blend, berbere.
Oh.
Right? And a little bit of just cumin in, just for flavor. Just a bunch of more salt. That's a touch of olive oil.
All right, so a little more fat.
Yes. Some nice golden brown garlic. So that's perfect.
Okay.
You've done that before.
Hey.
And here comes the meatball competition.
Uh-oh, meatball competition.
And the key, I think, for meatball is that they should actually be bigger than you normally see them, because if they're too small, they're gonna get dry. Look at that. Boom, a little bit bigger than a golf ball, I would say. Smaller than a baseball, but bigger than a golf ball. Right, look at that, perfect.
Right.
Nice and loose. So we got our meatballs. They look delicious. We're gonna take these gloves off that I never get used to cooking with. We're gonna go over here.
Okay. So Marcus, this is a combination. You have some oil and some butter in it.
Oil and butter. And also not too many meatballs in the pan. I like to cook the meatball with basically 2 pans. With the meatballs, we always had mash. I'm gonna put it quickly in our fancy oven here, just like that. And then we have our gravy. We have a little bit of cream. I'm gonna add in, and this is kind of where my journey of the world comes in. We're gonna add in some chicken stock, pickle juice. In our
Did you say pickle juice?
Pickle juice, exactly. That's what we're gonna add.
Pickle juice is having a moment right now.
It's having a moment. It's gonna be a hot topic on today's show. But here's where I take sort of my inspiration for my journey on my travel, right? So I'm adding in a little bit of miso, right?
Wow.
A little bit of mole, and then breadcrumbs,
right?
And some pepito, some pumpkin seeds.
Wow.
The flavors of breadcrumbs that we're having there. We're just gonna simmer this together, and then we have a beautiful gravy. I think we're ready. We're almost ready to play.
Let's play.
Let's play. Now we just got the gravy left, and then we had those sesame seeds, and we had a little crunch, exactly.
Pumpkin seeds, toasted pumpkin seeds.
And just some
pickled onions.
Just some pickled onions. You know, there would never be a Swedish meal without some pickles.
All right.
All right. And for me, I can't eat this without thinking about my whole family.
Oh.
Comfort, right?
Grandma Helga would be very proud.
Isn't that good?
Happy holidays. Man, those meatballs were a holiday party for your mouth. Up next, we're going to head to Nashville, where country star and cookbook author Jesse James Decker shows us not one, but 2 ways to make bread more beautiful.
My love for the holidays started very early because my mom was very, very festive, and I really do feel like it trickled down to me and my siblings. Every year, Mom would make hot apple cider, and she'd put on Christmas music, and we would all decorate the tree. It was something really fun, and she would hand the ornaments to us one by one. Now I carry those traditions over into my family. The kids love cooking with me, especially Forrest. He's in love with cooking. He will bring me my cookbook and open it to the page. He wants to make something, and we will just, go to town. It's so much fun. It's such a great thing you can do with your children. So I'm pregnant with our 4th baby, and it was such a special surprise. I love being pregnant around the holidays, especially because I can just feast a little extra more. A new holiday tradition that I have started is my cranberry pull-apart bread. It's so easy to do, so easy to prep, but once it's finished, it looks fancy. It's just perfect for everybody. This sweet, delicious cranberry pull-apart bread was such a hit. I thought to myself, why don't we expand upon this and do a variation of it, but do a savory version? And so I started thinking of all the things Eric had in the garden. I've always got rosemary, parsley. I love garlic, always got tons of garlic. And so I just felt like, you know what? Let's see how this turns out. And it turned out just beautifully. Hey y'all, welcome to Nashville. I am so excited to share with you 2 of my favorite recipes. The holidays are here, and so I have the perfect 2 side dishes that will just warm your family's hearts. We've got a sweet and a savory. We're gonna start by cubing and cutting the bread. There you go. It's cubed to perfection. Now we're gonna grab our mixing bowl, and we're gonna start combining some of our ingredients. So we're gonna take our pecans, our brown sugar, our dried cranberries, the butter. We're gonna add a little bit of this orange zest. And I just think it adds a little citrus something. We're gonna add a little bit of juice. Now we're gonna mix the ingredients. You can use your hands, you can use your fork, whatever feels right. I think it's ready to put aside. I'm gonna wash my hands, and we're gonna get to stuffing the brie. All right, y'all, it's time to start filling the loaf. You're just gonna stuff as much as you can in between each little cube. There's gonna be a point in time where you're gonna be like, is that enough? Should I give up? But you don't. You find every single crack and crevice you can, and you just keep stuffing. We did it. Now it's time to start stuffing the crumbly stuff. Just the last little bit. And the last thing we're gonna do is we're gonna cover it in mozzarella cheese. So now that the sweet version of this is finished, I'm gonna show you my savory version for those that like a little bit of a salty flavor. So we've pre-cut and cubed our bread just like I showed you before, but this time we're actually gonna start stuffing it with the brie first. All right, we're so close. Last one. Now it's time to make the delicious savory herb butter. We're gonna throw in a little garlic, parsley, salt, rosemary. Now it's time to spread the herb butter onto the bread. You're gonna paint this on all over. And the last thing we're gonna do is we're gonna cover it with our mozzarella cheese. Gorgeous. It's ready to join its sweet little friend over there. I like to cover it with tin foil because the top will get a little crisp. All right, y'all, these buns are going in the oven. They're all finished, and they're absolutely ready now to garnish. And now, drum roll for my favorite part, we're gonna taste. Oh yeah. Mmm, this looks like a good piece. Ooh, look at that. Mmm. So I'm gonna have to take this away. I could eat the whole thing. And you're gonna watch everyone just tear this thing apart and fight over that very last bite, because it is just that delicious. I hope y'all enjoyed these recipes. They are such a tradition in my home, and I hope they become one for you guys as well. So y'all have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and I'll see y'all soon.
Stick around for more show-stopping sides. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Hometown Holidays on Today All Day. Now, Top Chef Judge Gail Simmons certainly knows a thing or two about creating an elevated culinary experience. Up next, she's sharing a twist on traditional Hanukkah latkes. And later, Chef Jordan Andino is going to whip up carrots like you have never seen before.
Sharing the food that's important to me, I think, shows who I am, my heritage, my history. I think that there's like so many ways of making food as an offering of peace to the world. I grew up with food as a really huge focus in my life. My mother was actually a cooking teacher. She ran a cooking school out of our home when I was very little. We spent all our time in the kitchen with her. There's dozens of dishes that I have memories of her making when I was a child for all different occasions. You know, holidays certainly were occasions where we ate very memorable food because it was a tradition. In my house, we really celebrated Hanukkah in a big way. We play with dreidels and Hanukkah gelts. We give gifts, but small gifts. You know, Hanukkah for us was never really about gift giving. It was more about being together. And then we always have a big Hanukkah feast. Not only do we light the candles for 8 nights, but we cook with oil, which is why latkes are made. It's not so much about the potato they're made with, it's more about the oil that they're fried in. Making latkes was a big deal in my house. We would walk into the house probably 2 weeks before Hanukkah after school and smell that smell. It's such, in my head, the most iconic smell of the season. Today I'm making a bit of an elevated play on a traditional Hanukkah latke. Usually you would just use potatoes and onions, but I'm gonna use parsnips, which add a mellow, delicious sweetness to them. And then I'm gonna top the latkes with some very special celebratory ingredients for an adult version. All right, I start by peeling 1 russet potato, and I'm gonna put it through the food processor with 2 shallots. When the potatoes and onions have been shredded, I'm gonna drain them in a colander over a bowl for a few minutes. And then, while these are draining, I'll shred my parsnips. If you don't have a food processor, you can absolutely just use a box grater, which is more traditionally how latkes would have been made. And then I'm gonna mix the potatoes and the parsnips all together. Give that a stir. And then I'm gonna add my binding agents, my egg, my flour, a little baking powder, and salt. While I'm mixing all my ingredients together, I'm also heating my oil. I have about a 1/4 inch of vegetable oil in a heavy bottom pan on my stovetop, and I'm gonna let it come up to heat. Now it's time to make the latkes. I want them to be light and fluffy, so I'm using a big tablespoon, and I like to keep it flattened on the spoon. I can also do a little squish here to squish out any excess liquid, and then I'm just going to slide it right into my pan. And you can flatten it down a bit too. You want the oil to come up kind of 1/2 to 3/4 of the way around the latke, so you can see that it's bubbling and starting to cook. You know they're ready when they start to get really nice and golden brown around the edges, and you can give each one a flip. And there you go. You can see that it's perfectly cooked and golden. It takes about 3 to 4 minutes per side, so about 7 minutes total for each latke. You can see how evenly it's cooked on both sides. You go right on a paper towel lined plate. And then you just want to sprinkle them with a little bit of salt while they're still warm. You could eat these just as they are, and they would be fantastic. But if I'm having a holiday party, I like to dress them up a little bit, give them a bit of an adult spin. So I have a few of my favorite celebratory ingredients here. Creme fraiche, and I'm gonna just take a little bit. You can obviously use sour cream. Give it a little swirl. It's really rich and delicious, especially on a latke. And then I have a few different types of smoked fish. I have smoked trout, and I have smoked salmon. And I'm gonna do a few. And then I'm gonna put on some trout roe and some herbs. This is actually fennel fronds, the tops of a fennel bulb. You can also use dill, any really tender herb. And here you go, perfect celebratory holiday appetizer or side dish. My parsnip and potato latkes with smoked fish and trout roe. A perfectly fried latke at Hanukkah is exactly what I crave. To me, there is nothing more delicious that represents my heritage than this. Wishing you a safe, peaceful, and festive holiday season. Cheers, everyone.
I would say that because of the style of household that I grew up in, we'll call it traditional Asian, I would say food is the love language. My skills in cooking came from 2 people, my grandmother, or Lola, as we like to call it in Tagalog, in the Filipino national language, and then my dad. I just loved cooking with them. It was a way for us to bond, and I could see that they loved me if they didn't necessarily say it as often as I'd like. Food is the central focus of our holiday parties. Yes, we're gathering to spend time with the people who we love and adore, but it was always centered around food every single time. This is the first holiday season where I get to spend with my little baby girl. And wow, I get emotional even just thinking about her, because I didn't know that you could love someone, something, the way I feel about this little girl. And I can't wait to instill all these traditions that I've been practicing for 35 years onto her. Since I grew up and have my own family, I do Friendsgivings. And that's my way of bringing the tradition of my family back to my network and people who I know and love now. They always ask me, like, can I bring anything? I'm like, no, don't bring anything, I'll do it all. That's how I show my love. I show my love through food. I like when people come to my Thanksgiving dinners or my holiday dinners and they go, you've ruined dinner parties for me. Because the food is so good, the atmosphere is so good, the vibe is so good. And I'm like, mission accomplished. Let's go, baby. So what I'm cooking today is a charred maple glazed carrot. And it's actually a riff of what I used to make with my dad and my grandmother growing up. They'd always take root vegetables, mix it with oil, brown sugar, maple syrup, salt, pepper, give you like a nice char. And that flavor has always stuck with me. All right, everyone, I am in the Carriage House kitchen, and right now I'm gonna show you how to make the maple charred heirloom carrot dish. So I have my heirloom carrots here. I remove the tops, and what you're gonna do is just cut them on a diagonal bias to help with the roasting process, cooking time, and we're gonna throw them into a mixing bowl. And I love using these style of carrots, specifically the heirloom carrots. It gives you different dynamic of presentation, and of course, color, and also flavor. So once you have your little mix posted up in here, you're gonna take your vinaigrette, which is a maple syrup vinaigrette, has a little bit of other spices and oil in there, a little bit of salt and pepper. And once it's done, you're gonna throw that right onto your roasting pan. And then that eventually is gonna go into the oven. But while that happens, we're gonna use this mandolin here to get our heirloom carrots ribbons so that it'll be a nice, beautiful garnish that also mimics the base of flavor from the dish. So here's your carrots. You're gonna put them in the oven, roast them until they're charred and black. High temperature, about 10 to 15 minutes at 500 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, so next step, we're gonna take all of these delicious cheeses and make our feta whipped mousse. We're gonna take some feta cheese, mascarpone cheese, and then you're gonna take some smooth ricotta and put that in as well. Super easy. You're gonna blend that until smooth and combined. All right, this is done. We're gonna put this off to the side, and now let's start making the carrot top pesto. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take these carrot tops that we reserved from the beginning of the preparation of this dish. I'm gonna put that in a blender, and then we're gonna combine it with salt, pepper, and a little bit of olive oil. And the beauty about this garnish is that it's delicious, it's herbaceous, and it also gives you that kind of earthy, greener flavor of carrot on top of the roasted carrot, so it reinforces it and layers that flavor. And we're just gonna blend it until smooth. Time to get it done. Charred carrots, put that into the same vinaigrette they were roasted in to compound that flavor a little bit. Next, we're gonna do a little salt, a little bit of pepper. So now this is ready to rock. So once they're on the plate, you can then give it a little bit of a light garnish here. Next, we're gonna take the mousse that we made, we put in a piping bag, and we're just gonna give it a little bit of dollops all around. Then we're gonna give it a little bit of that carrot top pesto, and just sprinkled all around. And last but not least, carrot tops as the garnish. This dish to me just represents togetherness. It represents my Friendsgivings and feeding all the people that I love and care about. So this right here is really my heart, my home, my heritage shared with you and shared with all my friends.
Welcome back to Hometown Holidays. Up next, we're going to head to Atlanta, where boxing champ Laila Ali is making a dish that's sure to be a real knockout on your holiday table.
People often ask me what my childhood was like, being that my father was a global icon and we couldn't go anywhere without him being recognized. You can imagine it was pretty interesting, but I just remember having a lot of love in our family. We had this huge dining room table, so you can imagine the spread that would be on that table for the holiday seasons. We would have family and friends over, and there would be so much food on that table. And then as I grew older, I started teaching myself how to cook when I was about 8 or 9 years old. When I decided to become a boxer and said, what is it going to take to be a world champion, that's when I first learned about how important the food that I ate was. It's nice to be able to prepare meals for my kids now, and we're still eating some of the foods that I grew up on, right? My son loves mac and cheese, and then my daughter is always looking forward to her pot of greens, and really seeing them devour it and love it, you know, that's really what just warms my heart. Dressing is one of those dishes that I grew up eating many different versions of. That's not that hard to make. You can make it on a regular basis, but it's just not special if you do that. It's just one of those things, you just want it for the holidays. It is just so delicious, and I actually want some right now. Welcome to my kitchen. I'm so excited to have you here, and I'm gonna show you how I make my favorite holiday side, which is my sweet and savory cornbread dressing. The first thing I'm gonna do is chop up these veggies. I'm gonna start with some celery. Now I'm gonna chop up this green onion. It really is a preference on how much you wanna use, but I like a lot of onion. This is a sweet onion. There are so many different types of onions that you can use. I definitely like to use at least 2 types of onion. Okay, so the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start working on my herbs. And I actually have some fresh herbs from my garden, which I'm really excited about because they smell so fragrant right now and they're not even cooking yet. One of the herbs that I absolutely cannot make this dish without is sage. Sage is just so earthy. And I also have some fresh rosemary. It smells so good. Now we're gonna go ahead and prepare this thyme. On some of these woodier stems, I make sure to pull the leaves off. Okay, so we have our veggies chopped up, we have our herbs prepared, and now we're ready to get cooking. All right, I'm gonna start by heating up some olive oil in this pan. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and add the veggies. And we're gonna cook these for about 5 to 7 minutes until they really start to sweat and cook down. Okay, so the veggies are looking nice and soft, so now you know it's time to add the turkey. So I'm using ground turkey. It's about 2 pounds, but it really adds a lot of nice flavor, especially if you use turkey with fat. You don't want to get the lean turkey. Now I'm gonna add some garlic powder, onion powder, seasoning salt, a little cayenne pepper for a nice little kick, and I'm gonna also use some coconut aminos. Not only for the health benefit, but also the flavor. It adds a nice sweetness. So you definitely want to break up this turkey while it's cooking. Get everything mixed in together. Okay, so the turkey's almost done cooking, so I'm gonna go ahead and add my fresh herbs. This adds so much flavor. All right, this is looking good. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the heat off. While this is cooling down, I'm going to prep my cornbread and get my other ingredients ready. So I like to use sweet cornbread because that is what's gonna give us the balance of sweet and savory. So you've got the sweet cornbread, you've got the savory turkey and veggie mixture. Then we're going to add the egg and the chicken stock. And this is gonna hydrate the cornbread. So as I'm mixing, the cornbread is breaking down even further, and that's okay. We're not gonna have big chunks here. And it's gonna be nice and moist, but not runny. So this is nice and mixed up, and now I'm going to put it in my baking dish. Now you probably need about a 9 by 13. I'm using a round dish. You want to make sure it's not too deep because you want it to cook. You don't want it too deep where it's going to be soggy in the middle. I'm going to cover this with foil and bake it for about 35 minutes. All right, I cannot wait to taste this. Top is nicely brown the way that I like it. Look at that texture. That is so delicious. You know what? I really hope that you try my recipe this holiday season because I guarantee that your family is gonna love it.
Hope you're going to stick around because we're going to be right back. Welcome back to Hometown Holidays. Now, if these dishes are making your mouth water, well, all you have to do is scan the QR code right here for all of these delicious recipes. Up next, we've got a little flavor from down under for you, mate. Chef Curtis Stone is whipping up one of his favorite salads fit for an Aussie-style Christmas.
To me, the holidays are all about family. You know, I've got young kids and they just have such a great time around the holidays, and it makes you be a big kid with them. Aussie Christmases are totally different because it's the middle of our summer. So, you know, on Christmas Day, you might go for a surf before sitting down to have your Christmas lunch. And of course, for the holidays, we're cooking on the barbie back in Australia for sure, whether it's throwing some beautiful fresh seafood on there. We normally start with some prawns or shrimp Christmas morning. Of course, the most traditional dessert to have around the holidays is pavlova. And a pavlova, of course, is a beautiful big meringue, fresh cream, beautiful fruit over the top of it. It's a really light, summery kind of a dessert, but I kind of like serving it no matter what the weather. My boys love being in the kitchen with me, especially on Christmas morning. It's a great time when you can pull them away from their presents for a minute. I normally give them one dish each that they're responsible for, and then they get to say, this is mine and this is how I made it, and they get to tell the whole table about it, and they're pretty proud of that. For my holidays, my mum always cooks roast pork and she's so good at it. She gets that skin super crispy. We call it the cracklings, and everyone fights over those cracklings. Gravy, of course, stuffing is absolutely on there, and then all the traditional sides, but a couple of fresh salads thrown in as well. I'm sure you've already guessed, but I'm an Aussie, and in Australia, of course, our holiday season is the middle of our summer. So we tend to serve lots of salads with the roast turkey and the roast pork and the roast beef. And I think it is a really nice combination because you want something kind of light and crunchy to go with those rich roasted meats. So I'm going to show you a shaved Brussels sprout salad. All right, the first thing you do is you cook the quinoa and then you let it dry. Now we're going to make it crisp. So you get yourself a nice hot pan and pour a little oil. You take the quinoa and you just dump it in. You'll hear a little sizzle and you give the pan a little shake. And then for the next 5 or 6 minutes, you're going to keep your eye on it and it's going to sort of puff ever so slightly. While we wait for that to happen, let's make the dressing. So you want yourself a blender, right? I've got some tarragon, a little parsley and some fresh basil. So herbs, pistachios, garlic, a little mustard. The mustard gives it a really nice kind of a kick. I'm using white wine vinegar, but the truth is any kind of acid. Turn it on and just start it on a low speed. You can always crank it up and then you emulsify the oil. And you've got this beautiful dressing. I know what you're thinking. People have different feelings about Brussels sprouts, right? Now, usually the people that don't like Brussels sprouts used to have them overcooked and the whole house would smell like a sprout and they kind of get that weird smell that none of us like. But if you eat them raw, you take a lot of that away. So this is a really different way of doing it. Now, in slicing these thin, I call them shaved, you can do two things. You can either cut them in half like this, and using a sharp knife, you can kind of go through each sprout and you can slice it really, really thinly, right? And that's what we're looking for, a really fine shaved sprout. Here's what I do. I get myself a mandolin. Lots of people have these. I love mine because it comes with a cut-proof glove. And if you want to get them really fine, here's another great little trick. Just cut the Brussels sprout straight down the middle. This will allow you to shave them really fine. You're going to mix those into a bowl. Then what you do is you take your dressing and you spoon this straight over quite liberally. Give that a little toss. Little individual plates like that. I actually take a good old scoop and this sort of becomes the center of our plate. Gorgeous. Then get yourself a couple of these pre-blanched pieces of broccoli. So we've just dropped them in some boiling water. Make sure the water's salted and you cook them for just a couple of minutes. I've got a few green beans as well. So I take a whole half avocado for each salad. You drop that in the center. Now for that beautiful crunchy quinoa, and be really generous with it. I go all the way around. Then I take my dressing and I drizzle it all the way around the outside of the plate. But I give myself a little reservoir, so when you actually cut into this avocado, you're going to get this little explosion of that dressing. All right, that looks sensational. The last thing that you do is you pick up some of those finely chopped pistachios all over your gorgeous salad. I tell you what, it is a beautiful green salad. There is so much to love. There's lots of crunch in there, beautiful with roasted meats, and just personally, just takes me back to Australia for the festive season. Enjoy.
One of the things that makes the holiday season, Christmas time, really special for me is that it's an opportunity to really celebrate the Puerto Rican traditions. And it's one of the times when I can feel most connected to my culture. Every winter, we kick off the holiday season by celebrating Thanksgiving with all my family and friends. And then we have Christmas, which for Puerto Ricans, we celebrate Noche Buena, which is actually the night before Christmas. Growing up, my mom always took charge in the kitchen around the holidays, although when I hit about junior high school, that's when I joined in, because I always loved cooking. It's really fun to kind of continue those traditions and to cook these recipes that not only have been made in my family for years, but in generations of Puerto Rican families. Tostones are perfect for the holidays because they're meant to be shared. They're crispy, they're salty, the perfect kind of thing to snack on when you're sitting around talking and sharing, which is really what my favorite part of the holiday season is. While tostones are perfect with just a sprinkle of salt, they're even better with a couple zesty dipping sauces, so let's whip those up first. First up is mayo ketchup. So first here we've got some mayonnaise in a bowl, and then we're just gonna add some ketchup to it, fresh lime. And then of course it would not be a Puerto Rican recipe without a lot of garlic. All right, this looks perfect. I'm gonna set it aside for now and let it hang out. Now we're gonna make a garlic citrus mojo. We're gonna start off by mashing some garlic. So I'm gonna add a little salt here, and this just creates some friction. And then we add our garlic cloves, a few at a time. And then we just mash. You really kind of want this to be a nice sort of a coarse paste, something that looks like this. And now we're gonna add a lot more fun flavor. Some dried oregano and some cumin. I'm gonna mix that in. We're also gonna be using our citrus juice. So whisk that all together, and then we're gonna add our olive oil. And we're gonna finish this off with a little bit of freshly cracked black pepper. All right, this looks amazing and smells even better. creamy. All right, we're gonna set this aside. I'm gonna just clear up here a little bit, and then it's time to make tostones. Tostones use green plantains. I love plantains. They're sort of a starchier version of bananas. To cut plantains, you wanna start off by trimming the ends. The best way to take it off is to kind of run the edge of your knife along the peel, just to kind of loosen it up. And then you sort of stick your finger in there and just sort of force it off. Once you get in, then it comes off pretty easily. And then you just keep repeating. Tostones are fried twice. For that first fry, we want to cut these into about 2-inch pieces. So we've got our oil up to 325 degrees, and we're just going to drop them in gently, just like this. And you want to see those bubbles start to form. Gorgeous. We're gonna let them go for about 2 or 3 minutes. You really just want them to get a little bit darker, like a golden yellow. All right, these look ready to come out. And I just like to drain these on like a paper towel lined baking sheet or plate even. That's what my mom would do. See how they have that slightly darker golden color? That's exactly what you're looking for. And then we repeat with the rest of the batch. And now it's time to smash these plantains. So, little parchment paper, a little plantain in the middle, kind of put it in the center there, smash it. Just a little twist is all you need. And voila, a perfectly smashed plantain. Perfect, all right, that's our last one. Now these are ready to go back into the hot oil for that second fry. The smell of the plantain frying in the hot oil just reminds me of my mother's kitchen. I'm gonna go ahead and take these out. Oh, these look amazing. They smell so good. As soon as you take them out, you wanna hit them with a little bit of salt while they're still hot so that the salt can stick to the tostones. Perfect. Now I'm gonna repeat the rest of the batch. These are perfect. They are golden, they're crispy, they're hot. I'm so ready to dive in, but first I gotta go grab those sauces. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of each of these sauces into these cute little serving bowls. This is just one of my most favorite things. You've got the salty, crispy tostón and our fantastic dipping sauces. I hope you give this recipe a try and find out why I love tostones so much. Feliz Navidad!
Coming up, make some room at the table. Tiffany Thiessen is whipping up a boozy cranberry sauce, plus a spiked surprise. Then later, comedian Sebastian Maniscalco makes a family favorite that is no joke. Welcome back to Hometown Holidays. Now, what would a true holiday feast be without cranberry sauce? Well, up next, Tiffany Thiessen is putting a boozy twist on this popular staple.
I love many things about the holidays. I love the more kind of relaxed feel that everybody has. Usually most people are more joyous that time of year. I love that my kids are usually off from school and I get to spend more time with them, more quality time at home, and it really becomes more family time. So ever since I was a little girl, I used to always want to be in the kitchen with all the women in my family because that's where they were. Every single one of them, my mother, my grandmother, my aunt. And I have very early visions of myself peering around the kitchen door, wanting to be in there with them, doing all the fun cooking that they do. There's many times where I love to throw a really good potluck party, like an old school potluck party, which is really fun because I like when people bring some of their favorite recipes. I definitely believe you shouldn't be one to do it all. Like, I believe you're gonna give yourself a headache. It's stressful. The cleanup's a nightmare. You need to delegate. And my mom taught me that. Delegate and you're gonna enjoy it better. I grew up in a family, a very modest family, that my mom really was kind of the queen of leftovers. My new cookbook, Here We Go Again, is all about leftovers. She was really the one who inspired this book. So, you know, I really learned the value of food and also really wanting to teach my children now the importance of food waste. It's really perfect for the holidays because I feel like we all have holiday leftovers. So this actual recipe comes from taking the cranberry sauce that most people always have leftover cranberry sauce and doing a really fun cocktail out of it. I, of course, am a homemade cranberry sauce girl. It's funny, my husband, Texas boy, grew up with the old school canned, sliced cranberry sauce. I did not grow up that way. I grew up with homemade, and it's kind of just something that I absolutely love. I'm gonna show you today how I make one of my classic dishes, the blood orange cranberry sauce that I always have on my table. But I'm also gonna show you what you can do with leftover cranberry sauce, and I'm gonna show you how to make it into a cocktail. So first, we're actually gonna take blood orange soda. Now, if you can't find blood orange, you of course can do regular orange. Then we're gonna actually put this on the stovetop and get it simmering. And what's nice about this is the color. And of course, color means a lot during the holidays. Now we're gonna take our dried oranges and we're gonna chop these up. And it's gonna get the moisture from the soda and all the other liquid is gonna actually get them all soft again once you put them in with the cranberries. So once you have your orange soda starting to simmer, you're gonna take your oranges, you're gonna take your cranberries whole, and you're gonna take your sugar, and you're gonna add it all the way over here. So we're gonna take our oranges, cranberries, sugar, mix this all up, and already it's smelling so good. Then we're gonna take our pomegranate molasses, and then we're gonna take our liqueur, and this is just 2 tablespoons. And what I love about them too is it really gives that gorgeous kind of like dark color that you want for your cranberry sauce. Let's not forget to pinch of salt. We're gonna let that sit and do its thing for about 10 minutes until all the cranberries really break down and get really super soft. The holidays always means that I break out my special silver that came from my dad's side of the family. Oh, it smells like the holidays already. Cranberry sauce is one of those staples on every holiday table. I love it on, of course, my turkey or any sort of protein that you have for your holidays. So this will go, of course, right to the holiday table, nice and warm. Of course, you always have leftover cranberry sauce, so I'm gonna show you what to do with your leftover cranberry sauce. We're gonna make a really special cranberry sauce cocktail. All right, so we've got our little shaker with ice already because you want your cocktail chilled. We've got our bourbon. Of course, you could use whiskey, any sort of whiskey you want, or even tequila could work in this. But I like the smokiness of the bourbon. Then we've got orange juice. Again, really nice, complements the cranberry juice, the citrus. And then we're gonna take our cranberry sauce. And yep, we're adding it right to it. All right. We do a little shaky shake. I love this shaker because I've had it for almost, gosh, I want to say like 30 years. A lot of memories have come from this shaker and a lot of forgotten memories that I wanted to forget from this shaker. And then you pour this over a nice size ice cube. Look how pretty that color is. Cheers! Happy holidays from my family to yours. Yeah, it's gonna be a good holiday.
Now don't forget, if you want to make any of these recipes at home, just scan this QR code below. Coming up after the break, we're going to visit comedian Sebastian Maniscalco and his family for a truly tasty Italian classic. Welcome back to Hometown Holidays. Our last guest loves a great meal almost as much as he loves making folks laugh. Comedian, actor, and podcast host Sebastian Maniscalco is joined by his longtime friend, whipping up a beloved family staple.
I find a lot of comedy happens around the holidays, at the table, with family, and my family's been very, very accepting of me kind of poking fun at them. We celebrate Hanukkah and Christmas. We honor the traditions of Lana's family and my family. The kids love Hanukkah. They're lighting the candles, they're saying the prayers, and they also love Christmas with the Christmas tree. During the holidays, if you go on social media, you'll start seeing families dress alike. And I used to look at that and go, look at this. Could you believe that these people are doing this? Well, now I'm in matching pajamas with my wife and kids. Now I actually look forward to what kind of pajamas I'll be wearing Christmas morning. Sad, sad. Food really in our family has been a tradition of getting around the table, talking to one another, making each other laugh. Every Sunday we used to go visit my grandmother, and it would be part of the quote unquote Sunday supper menu. There'd be pasta, there'd be eggplant. So over the years, I became very fond of her eggplant. Now, she had passed away, that recipe kind of passed away with her, and I came across this eggplant that Dom makes. I'll never tell him this, that it's better than maybe my grandmother's, but it's pretty damn good. We are here at my home in Los Angeles with Chef Dominic DiBartolomeo. And today, we're gonna make some eggplant. So take us through the process here.
Sure.
Dom.
So I think the first thing we're gonna do, and a lot of people make eggplant parm with the skin. For me, I like to do it without the skin. We're gonna take off the head, we're gonna take off the tail, and then from here, we're just gonna peel it.
Do you reuse the skins for anything?
So,
because I know we got people out there going, oh my God, he's
throwing
throwing out the
away.
thing. He could use that too.
So you could use this if you were gonna make like a caponata or something like that. You absolutely could reuse it.
Okay, cool. But today, we're throwing it out.
Next up, guys, we're gonna take our eggplant and we're gonna slice it on the mandolin. The key here is to get it nice and thin because that's what's gonna make the great texture of the eggplant. So we have our slices of eggplant here. There's a lot of different ways to bread these. We're gonna take it from a beaten egg into the breadcrumb, and then we're gonna lay it out nicely on our platter.
Okay. The breadcrumb is store-bought, right?
So look, I mean,
Sit down. Just answer the question.
yes, the breadcrumb is store-bought, and there's nothing wrong with store-bought seasoned breadcrumbs.
My grandmother made her own breadcrumb.
Yeah, so
that's why I asked.
Yeah.
And you know, that's the problem with this generation, right? So, Dom, I think we got enough slices to get this thing going.
Let's do it. It's starting to bubble a little bit. You want to throw a piece in there?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Beautiful. Nice, look at this. So 2 to 3 minutes on each side, we'll get a nice golden crisp, and then we'll lay it back into the pan and we'll do our next round.
Okay.
Okay, now that we have the eggplant ready, it's time to layer it in the dish.
All right.
Let's start with a little bit of marinara sauce. And by the way, this is a very simple marinara sauce.
The way you're saying marinara is bothering me.
So now, take the eggplant and literally, it's almost like you're making lasagna. You're just gonna keep layering it so that they're touching, but they're not overlapping. So now another layer of sauce. Perfect. We're gonna take shredded mozzarella. Now grab a little bit of the Parmigiano Reggiano and just sprinkle it over just the way you did the mozzarella. And we'll just keep doing this all the way to the top. This is our last layer. You want to add a little bit more extra cheese, a little more extra mozzarella, a little more extra Reggiano. Okay.
Okay.
That's beautiful. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this, we're gonna cover it, we're gonna throw it in the oven at 350 for about 45 minutes, covered, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, after about 45 minutes, we'll uncover it and let it crisp up until golden brown, which should be about another 15 minutes.
Okay. Golden brown, bro. Look at that.
Perfect.
So I got my wife and my father here. They're gonna taste test this. Their palate's unbelievable. My father has no filter, so if he tells you, it's gonna be his honest opinion. So we'll take the plates. There you go. This is the eggplant. All right, guys, dig in.
All right, let's do this.
Wow.
Delicious, bro.
Very
This
good,
is
Dom.
so good.
Very
so,
good.
So good.
Pretty close to my mom. Eggplant
Did
tastes
you-
very, very good.
I felt like over the years, Dom has become your second son.
I love Dom's food. I really do. And I believe he is my second son that never had.
Yep.
Well, if I could just say, Dad, thank you.
Get with your family this holiday, share stories, create memories, create traditions, and do yourself a favor. Do something nice for somebody over the holidays. With all that's going on in the world, all that matters to me is family. God, jeez, is that great? No? Why am I not getting an applause?
Well, there's certainly no doubt that family and friends truly makes each of our holiday meals just so incredibly special. From all of us at Today, wishing you a delicious and a very merry holiday season.
We are back at 8:44 with Today Food Holiday, and this morning we've called in the expert to help you get, the expert to get ready to host the holiday crowd.
Martha Stewart has some timeless recipes and crafts to brighten up your table, and they're so easy. You're gonna be able to want to make these part of your annual holiday tradition. Martha, thanks for the strong eggnog. this
Yes.
morning.
Oh my gosh.
Our crew's passing out like flies. We'll be down to one camera. This will be shot on an iPhone in about 5 minutes. But we're gonna start with these pressed, what are these?
These are pressed velvet leaves. Look how beautiful these are.
Oh, those are nice.
And you can use them as decorations. You can use them as garnishes for your Christmas presents.
Does it require the use of a real leaf to
No,
get
you
this,
you
or-
need this, a little rubber mold, and this is a millinery trick. The old-fashioned milliners would take a piece of velvet and a hot iron and press on a mold. Make sure you wet the back of the velvet
So it doesn't stick?
Yeah, and then you pick this
Oh,
up.
it's that easy.
See, and you have
Oh,
a nice
that's cool.
embossed
And then you
right-
cut it out.
Yep,
Nice.
and then you cut it
You
out
could have
with
the
your
kids
scissors.
cut it out and get them involved.
Oh
in
yeah,
it.
Great idea.
This is a very nice craft, and then you can hot glue gun a wire onto the back,
Oh,
so
that's
it makes it
neat.
a little
Right.
malleable.
The problem is this takes
pretty.
like 2 months to get enough. For
Well, yeah, if you want to start now,
start
you can
early. Start now for next Christmas.
These,
You'll have
these
6
guys
leaves.
are so crafty. They'll be doing this for.
That's beautiful, though.
It is
Yeah,
pretty.
that
They
is
are.
nice.
They're very beautiful, and
You can use it for a centerpiece too.
Oh, you can.
And
of
speaking of
course.
which, let's talk about this centerpiece.
Oh, well,
here.
these are a most beautiful oranges that are pomanders.
It smells
pomander balls.
delightful.
So you stick cloves in them. Now this is a little bit hard on the fingers.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you make a little hole first with your bamboo skewer.
Okay.
And then take whole cloves.
Oh, you just put them in there.
And you stick them in the holes that you've already made.
Oh, that's
So
cool, Martha.
originally, I just thought, oh, I could just stick them in like this without
Right.
making the hole. But you'll figure out that your fingers are going to get very, very
Messy.
sore.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
make them in pretty designs like this, spirals. And designs.
And it smells good.
Yes,
We just
and then
said the
when they
same thing.
dry, they dry up. The space helps the drying of
Now, did you think of that, or did you go to a party in the 70s and saw this?
This is from the 1700s.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
That's right.
I love it.
1700s, they would make pomander balls.
That's
All right,
cool.
they're called.
I love that. All right, we've got
And
about
now,
2 minutes
eggnog,
left. Everybody
eggnog.
wants another
Okay.
recipe.
Oh, my
So
God.
it is eggs.
Okay.
Separate the yolks from the whites. Mix the yolks with sugar, and the recipe is online.
This is
and
good.
then you add a half a cup of rum.
She says that rum?
Wow.
That's
Martha,
because
this
there's
is
no
a
period
pretty-
there. There's a comma.
then you
This is a
add-
pretty
Here
big
comes
bun,
another-
Then
pretty
you
big
add
batch.
3 cups of the
Rum,
best bourbon.
Oh my goodness.
Now you're going to drink this later.
Oh my. Well, we're drinking
Then
it now.
you add your milk. and
Whole
then
milk
you
too,
add
right?
your cognac. Oh, 2 cups of cognac.
Now, Carson, you make eggnog as well. Do you
Not
use
like this, but I'm going to steal this.
Okay.
I'm guilty enough just adding a little bit of
2
bourbon.
cups of cognac.
3 different alcohols.
Yeah, but that's what makes it so good.
Yes, I
You know,
understand
it's
that.
very, very tasty.
Martha, would you like an Uber too? I'm calling us one. To get home.
I will definitely.
Would you like one as well?
And whipped cream and whipped
We get the
egg
SUV,
whites.
please.
Whipped cream and whipped egg whites.
Yes, and lots of milk.
Martha
Make
does
sure.
not play around with her eggnog.
No, I don't.
I know
And look,
people love this, don't they?
And then you add it to your punch
Martha, are you
bowl.
going home to the farm or to your city apartment?
I am going home to the farm.
Okay, we're gonna go to the
later
farm.
today, and
We're going to drop Martha.
No, Martha,
Let's
let me
get
help
We're
you.
going to go to
Oh, wow.
Mr. Melvin's
Right
and then
into
Miss
here.
Jones.
Oh.
And I'm going to
He
the
wants
farm
to
with
help me.
Martha.
Martha does not need help.
Not in these.
That is so
these-
good.
And is it? I don't want to say that simple, but it is, right? And then you're.
It's very simple.
We're free.
to
Let
make.
me just say
And-
underneath where you guys talk, today.com/food has all these recipes.
Yeah.
Martha's Holiday is also available on Roku channel, so be sure and check that
Oh,
out.
yes.
And the Martha Stewart podcast,
Podcast.
streaming everywhere.
We didn't mention Martha's nut balls.
The nut balls.
Yes.
Martha,
those
tell
are
us about your
Noel
balls.
nut balls.
Noel
Those
nut
are
balls.
delicious cookies.
Ooh, those are good.
They're easy to make: honey, flour, sugar, and then when they come out of the oven, you roll them in powdered sugar.
We are back with Today Food, and this morning we have a real treat. Martha Stewart's favorites for your holiday cookie swap.
It's a fun way to get friends together, show off your baking skills, perhaps. Martha Stewart Living, filled with great ideas to make your cookie exchange extra special. There's the magazine. Always good to have you, Martha.
Oh,
Thank
it
you.
is. And cookie swaps are so much fun.
What exactly is a cookie swap?
And, well, you invite your friends to bake cookies, bring them to a party, and then you swap.
Oh, that's it.
basically. Yeah, it's an exchange.
Okay.
And because some people make certain kinds of cookies, I always make kind of fancy cookies like this just to show up my friends.
Yes, I could see that.
I think that'd
could
be
see that.
no. for you. But it raises the bar and the challenge.
Who's going to participate in the cookie swap with Martha Stewart?
Nobody. No, everybody in my office. We all do it.
Yeah.
It's so much fun. And then you see a big variety of Christmas cookies.
All right, so
these are 3 different kinds.
So if you're going to get into it, should you go elaborate? Should you go simple? What do you
Well,
think?
it just depends. Make sure, first of all, you make a cookie that is good, tastes good, is made with good ingredients. If you have nuts in the cookies, make sure that everybody knows there's nuts in the cookies because of all the little allergies that exist. Make sure that they're packaged well, that you bring containers that are going to be kind of decorative. Look, this is just Chinese takeout, but it has all this beautiful washi tape
You
on it.
Marthaed it up
See,
there.
we Marthaed it up.
Yeah.
And then also, and you can use tins, you can use whatever. And then make sure that that the cookies just are delectable.
Okay.
I mean, delectable.
Why don't you come on down and show us how to do it?
So this is one cookie that I especially like. It's a sugar cutout cookie.
That's beautiful.
And it is decorated with just a little piping of chocolate. This is white chocolate that's melted. And I'll give you, you can, it seizes up right away. So,
okay.
This
There we go.
pipes
This one's
out.
better.
It pipes out in little lines like this,
Beautiful.
and then just decorate with little red and white candies.
Beautiful.
Does that one pipe?
Yeah, that one
Should we
pipes.
taste it to see?
Maybe no. It's too hard already.
All right.
This has to be. You can just put it in the warmth
Microwave?
for a minute. Yeah.
Okay.
Here, let me
Yeah,
taste
give
that
a
for you.
taste. No, I bet
Oh my
you'll like
God.
that. Good, right? And then this one is a dipped cookie. If you want to,
These cookies are almost too pretty to eat.
no, never. A cookie is never too pretty to eat.
I think Greg might be.
And
Look at that cookie.
and so these, an easy way to frost is to dip. I sort of came up with this when I had about 300 cookies to make. So you just dip like that, and then decorate. You can decorate with.
What are these
this
guys?
Is rosemary.
Rosemary.
Edible rosemary. Well, it's fresh rosemary
But
dipped
what's
in
this?
sugar.
Oh, sugar. That's
Yes.
what's coating it.
And then you put a
yum.
couple holly berries, which
How
are little peppermint
adorable.
candies like that.
Like a little wreath.
And a little bit of green sparklies on
Thank
it.
you, Houda.
Look how pretty that is. So it's not doesn't take that long to make this wreath cookie. Taste that one.
Oh my God.
Good, right?
Wait a
Very
minute.
good.
The rosemary is awesome.
It is.
tasty.
And it's just a hint of it, too. It's not overpowering.
And then these are called chai snowballs, like the old Noel nut balls. This is made out of chai. Do you drink chai latte?
I have been known to have a chai latte.
You have, okay. So chai really is this delicious a mixture of spices: pepper, cinnamon, ginger, cardamom, and cloves. You grind it all up. Now you could pack this up and give that as a present in a jar.
That's a cute idea.
I'm going to send you a chai picture. And
This is a more elaborate cookie
and
than
that's
the other
in
ones.
the dough. That's
Okay.
in the dough.
It's gonna
And
take a lot more
then
time.
when the cookies come out of the oven, you just roll them in confectioner sugar. 10x sugar. Do you know the old 10x sugar? And
no,
just let those 10x powdered.
Oh,
Powdered sugar.
Powdered
Did you-
confectioners. So that's how you do it. You just dump this in powdered sugar while they're still slightly warm, and they coat very nicely. Let them sit for a little while, and they get better day after day. Tastes good, right?
I wasn't expecting that.
And
Yeah.
so these
That's
get
really
just
good.
packed up in these gorgeous. Look, you could put washi tape that says "Happy Holidays," ho ho ho. All cute,
clever, and not so difficult.
No, and
at the end of the day.
and actually, people find it a lot of fun to have a cookie swap because you really do get to taste those other cookies.
What's your favorite? Do you have a favorite cookie?
I love the wreath cookie.
So do I.
I love that wreath cookie.
It's just it's so pretty.
Yep.
It's just so pretty.
Martha, thank you so much.
thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Happy holidays. Merry
Happy
Christmas.
holidays to you.
We couldn't stop debating about our favorites. We revealed our ultimate holiday cookie bracket, so we thought, what should we do? We got an idea. Let's bring in the smartest cookie of all of them, Ina Garten, to help us out. Ina, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. So good to see you. So for Christmas, everybody wants to make lots of different cookies, but I don't want to make a lot of different doughs. So what I do is I take shortbread dough, which is basically 4 ingredients plus salt, butter, sugar, flour, vanilla. You probably got it at home. And I make shortbread dough, and then I make lots of different cookies out of it. So I'll show you what I do. So I've got dough all rolled out, and I cut it out in stars, and I do like Christmas sprinkles on that. I cut it out in wreaths. I do a drizzle of sugar, and then I do silver balls on it. I do hearts, and I dip them in chocolate, so we have chocolate hearts. I have pecan cookies. I'll show you how I make them. So I cut them all out, and actually what I like to do is put them in a container that you can leave in the refrigerator, and you can just save them just like that. Bake 2, bake 20, as much as you
They don't
like.
get all stuck
And you
together
can
or
freeze
anything?
them. No, they don't because of the flour in it. So they don't stick together, and you can freeze it. People always ask, can I make Christmas cookies in July? No, but you can make the dough and freeze it and then just bake them off. And so this is what they look when they're baked off. They're just plain fabulous shortbread in different shapes. And then what I do is I take each one and I make something really special with it. So the stars, I do a glaze with a little bit of like red sprinkles on it, a little bit stylish. For the wreaths, I do a glaze and I do silver balls on it, which is kind of like elegant. For the Linzer cookies, I take 2 of them and I do raspberry jam in the middle. That's my particular favorite. Is that your favorite too?
Your Linzers are going to win in our cookie bracket.
Right. Would you sell the Linzer? Why do you love those? Why are those your favorite?
There's something about shortbread and raspberries together that I just think is incredibly delicious. Simple, but really good. I do chocolate hearts. So I take the hearts and I dip them in chocolate. So you've got chocolate hearts. And then with the scraps that are left over, I smush them all together, chop up pecans, and I do pecan shortbread. A little pecan on the top and a little chocolate, so they stick. And then you've got lots of different cookies in one dough, and they look like this when they're on a tray. So you can really bring them to friends. You can leave them at their front door. You can send them. They're really sturdy, and they're just incredibly delicious.
Now, I know you like to chill your dough. But let me ask you this, because I like to chill my dough too. Don't laugh, but I do.
I knew we had a lot in common.
I know. It's like just another thing we can bond over. But Ina, like sometimes I chill it and then I take it out and it's so hard. It's hard for me to, so like what's the sweet spot between like a cold dough but not so
15
hard
minutes.
rock that, okay, thank you.
15 minutes. It just, 15 to 30 minutes tops. And so you want it just chilled enough so the butter is cold and then roll it out and it'll be really easy. And it's better if you cut them out and then chill them and bake them because they have sort of sharper edges, a little more professional looking.
So you're saying make the dough, roll it out,
roll
do
it
the
out,
cutters, and then put it all in the fridge.
and then exactly.
Hey, Ina, what's the best way to ship cookies? Because a lot of people want to
Well, I think I used to do this to Jeffrey when he was in college, so I'm an expert. I think just lots of, what I do is I put them in boxes, and actually I have these great Christmas boxes that came from Target, and I put them on little paper cups from the, from what you put muffin cups in, and just put each cookie on a muffin cup, and put them in here, right in there, and just stack them up really neatly, and then put crushed paper, parchment paper or something so it's tight. And then just close the box up and everybody's got a really nice Christmas box of cookies. Or the other thing I sometimes do is glassine bags and you can just stack them up in here with a big ribbon. And then everybody's got a really nice glassine bag of Christmas cookies. It just looks festive. It's a simple cookie, but it's taken to a really nice Christmas lengths.
So if Jeffrey were going to choose his ultimate cookie, your man, what would he choose?
I've never had to make him choose. I think he'd take one of each.
One of each.
That's sweet.
All right.
Yeah.
And finally,
I think chocolate hearts because his heart is so good.
Ina, who do you think's going to win our cookie bracket? We want to get your prediction.
Me.
You? All right. It's going to be Ina.
I would say Linzer cookies are like right up there.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
But it starts with a good cookie.
Yes, it does.
Starts with a good shortbread
cookie.
cookie.
It does. Well, Ina, I hope you put your shortbread recipe online, I hope, right? I think we got it at today.com/food.
I did indeed.
I will be checking it out and chilling my dough.
That's right.
Okay?
It almost sounds like a T-shirt.
I know, like we always do.
Yeah.
Ina and I. Also, thank you, sweetheart. for the first one, our staff says, this is the dessert to try for the holidays.
The
okay?
dessert. This is it.
All
Shall
right,
we?
let's go.
1,
2, 3. Wow.
Ina Garten's coconut cake.
Look at this. It's for sale at Goldbelly. Should we give it a try?
Yes.
It's so funny. They normally put like gross things under here. I wasn't expecting something delicious.
Oh my God. Picture Ina Garten.
Making it.
Making it.
Did she make this exact cake?
God, it's so dense and delicious. You can feel it.
Okay.
Here, give me your plate.
All right. Thank you. You're very good at cutting cake.
Well, I like cake.
Oh my gosh.
Holy.
Look at it.
Moly. Come in.
Ludicrous.
What?
No.
Wait, what?
I was in the neighborhood, and I just thought it'd be so nice to bring you some goodies.
I'm imagining you cutting this cake.
Happy holidays.
We were imagining you.
Wait, well, now you're here.
I like to surprise people. Just drop in.
I know.
So I
Can
have.
we get you a piece of your own coconut cake, or do you want to
Of
share
course.
mine? Can we get another fork and a plate, guys? Do you mind?
What a great Christmas. Oh my God.
Hi. I'm so happy you're here.
Me
This is
too.
such a thrill.
Wait, so does Jeffrey love this?
Jeffrey loves everything I do. He's non-discriminating. That's
Here,
his best quality as a
I haven't used
husband.
my fork. Why don't you try the first bite? I'll try the next one.
No. Here, I'll take.
I know.
Is it good? Is it delicious?
I know.
We only do delicious.
I know. This is the most delicious.
Oh my God.
Bad.
If you haven't bought Christmas gifts, Hoda,
Goldbelly.
why can't you do this?
Wait, what's going
And
on
then you
here?
ship.
What's
So
all
we
this?
also ship cookies. You can get a box of different oatmeal
God.
cookies, chocolate chunk cookies, and these are peanut butter and jelly bars. They're
Wait,
amazing.
what?
Peanut butter and jelly bars?
Help
May I?
yourself, of
Yes,
course.
thank you.
And brownies with and without nuts.
Wait a minute.
Brownies without
Peanut
nuts.
butter
And jelly
bars.
bars.
I've never
Wait,
tried one.
So what's going on for the holidays in your house?
I don't know. There's all kinds of stuff going on.
Tell us. What do you
Well,
cook?
you know, we don't really celebrate Christmas, but I'm going to cook. We're going to stay home. I'm going to make a rack of lamb.
Wait.
We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a movie festival. It's going to be great.
Wait, this?
That's pretty good, isn't it?
This is insane.
So
It's like if you love a peanut butter jelly sandwich, this is
And
it.
who
times
doesn't,
8
right?
I
million.
know.
Wait, what's the crumbly on top?
What I do is I take shortbread and put it on the bottom, and then I save some, and I mix it in with peanut butter and crumble it on the top. So it's one recipe, and it's two different things. So and with raspberry jelly
How did
in,
you
in
become a
between.
creative genius?
Oh, I'm not a creative
You're a
genius.
creative
I just think
genius.
about what I feel like eating, and I just make it.
Yeah,
so,
but you make it deliciously. I
Thank
think
you.
about what I'm trying to make and I burn it.
But I think we need something, you know, all those baked goods, you need something to wash
something
it
to wash
down
it down,
with,
sure.
right?
Okay. Yeah.
So I actually also brought something else that I thought you might enjoy. Since it's 10 o'clock in the morning, I thought we all needed a Cosmo.
Wait. That is the
And a
biggest
straw.
Cosmo.
Wait, look at this bowl.
Is this how you drink your Cosmos? No.
Only in a pandemic.
I mean, it's the size of my face. Is this y'all do you guys have one of these every night?
No.
Here, let me help you. Well, not this size, but a Cosmo?
No, the
Okay,
beginning
should
of
we
the
take-
pandemic, I decided we all needed a treat. And so I did the largest Cosmo anybody's ever had.
Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Your eyes are going to water if you take a sip of that. That is a... Whoever made it in the back,
Yeah,
here's
exactly.
to you. It's got a lot going on there, doesn't it?
A lot of Is that too much?
No, it's perfect. It's great.
Happy
'Cause
holidays
it's tart,
to
and it's
you.
got a little vodka in it.
Oh, my God.
What do you make? Do you make a drink for Jeffrey at night?
He likes a vodka, so that's really easy.
Just vodka, nice.
But yeah, vodka with olives, yeah. So, but I like Campari and soda, and at the holidays it's kind of festive because it's, you know, it's red.
You know what's
It's
one of the
really
greatest
festive.
things? I'm just watching Ina speak. It's like there are so many people who come to this show, and the one person they ask to meet is you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Oh no, it's no. No.
It is.
I mean, we have people who've worked here for years. The only time that they're starstruck is when you're here. And then the funny thing is, as you were sitting here, I was thinking about that, and I'm thinking, and there's no one who's more like down to earth and like, hey, what am I doing here? Than you. Like you're that. You're like us. You're like us. Like everyone
You know,
at
I've been
home.
here for 20 years, and I remember the first time I came on the show, and I thought to myself, I hope it's always as wonderful as it is this moment, and it always has been. It's just been extraordinary, really. And to
Cheers.
cheers, to you.
Hold on.
And to a happy holiday. You need two
I
hands.
needed to work out more for this. Cheers.
Oh
We love Ina. What a treat for us, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Do I have another sip just to make sure?
Time to get these foods? I hope so. If we let's get Ina's goodies, okay? You can get the coconut cake, the amazing peanut butter and jelly bar.
Goldbelly's got a good spot.
Head to today.com/food or just go to Goldbelly.
Goldbelly, yeah.
Thank you,
They do
Ina.
good. Thank you. Isn't this fun? Happy holidays.
So happy.
I'm going to come and get one,
I love
too.
making you happy.
Come on over.
And Hoda.
Love you.
I love you too. Thank you. Oh.
Not only did we get the
So
cake,
much
but
fun.
we got to eat it with her.
That
the
was
best
awesome.
day of our life.
Thank goodness Ina's in charge. We're back now Thursday morning. This has been such a special morning. Ina's holiday table. She's co-anchoring with us this hour. How fun is that?
So fun.
Guys, we have less than 20 days until Christmas. That means the holiday party you've been planning, well, it's coming up.
When I host, you know what I love to do is give my guests a little gift bag. So when they leave, they have a little treat. Or I put them on the table, and I'm going to show you how we do them.
Oh, okay, great.
So everybody's got bags in front
Yes.
of them.
Okay.
And each of us have the things that we would like to put in the bags.
Oh, yes.
So
Okay.
Nana, you've got cactus cookies.
Oh, yeah, it's
Of
cute.
course, you're from
That's Arizona,
right?
yes.
Super cute. And Hoda, you have baklava?
This is my mom's baklava.
It's fabulous.
Okay,
And I
and
have
what do you do?
candy.
I like that.
Because we used to do these at the store. And so take your
Okay.
bag and
Okay.
open it up.
Yeah.
And what I do, they were all lined up at the register, and everybody picked them up, and they just go, "Oh, I think I'll take these home for the kids."
Yeah.
And I go, "They're not even going to make it home for the kids."
No way, exactly.
So just put
Okay,
whatever you
rub it
have
in,
right
yeah.
in, and the key is don't fill it up. Just fill it up halfway.
Oh, okay.
And then I'll show
So I'm
you
gonna
how to
put, like,
wrap it
2
so it looks
cookies in
really
mine.
good.
Hey, Ina, can I ask a question about a pastry?
Okay.
I'm a little afraid to drop it down. Do you just drop it right in?
Just drop it right in. Yeah.
Who cares?
And people will just.
Is that
pull
filled
it
enough, or would you do
Oh,
one more? I want to be generous.
That's great. I
2
do-
cookies or
I do-
3?
I do 3.
Okay.
Do 3.
Yeah.
I always
And
want to
how
be
about
generous.
now this is my mom's baklava, which I love.
Oh, we love. Sammy used to leave the baklava for us.
This was
a
like
treat. We love that.
because nothing says Christmas like baklava. Okay. Anyway, so
Okay,
you do
so then you stand this up.
Oh, stand it up.
And you want to take your tie. There's a little tie. It's about 12 inches long.
Okay. Oh, this is
And-
just like present ribbon or whatever.
Exactly,
Okay. Yeah.
any kind of ribbon. And just hold it like this.
Hold it like-
And then make sure the top flares out. Otherwise, it won't look quite
Am I
so
tying
nice.
like the bow should be in front?
It's just
a knot. It's not even a-
It's not even a.
Okay.
Exactly. It's just a knot. And you want it to look like this, where the top flares out.
Are you ever just shocked at how little we know and can do, Ina?
doing great.
Okay.
You're
Let's see.
doing great.
Okay. Does that look
And
good?
then you
or should I
flare
look
out the
perfect?
top?
Okay.
It looks fantastic.
Okay.
You just make it so
Oh,
it
that is
stands
kinda
up like
cute.
that. And now you've got a little gift.
And then
Oh my gosh, that's so
Isn't that
cute.
great?
By the way, that is so
And
cute.
You know what? They can be like Hershey's Kisses.
Yes.
They can be peanut butter cups.
And you've got these little tags so we can make it.
And you know what? I think we should put them on the table, don't you?
Oh, yes,
We'll
we
put them on the
should.
table so that everybody has
I'm
one.
gonna make one for
and we also do.
Erin.
Yeah, we have
And one
we
for
have tags. It's
Christina.
great if you want to put a tag on
All
it.
right, I'll do one.
I'll put one with Jeffrey's name on it. You'll like that.
You
right?
guys are going to have to share mine. Okay.
Nothing like giving cookies to Christina Tosi over here at the table. Should we get on over there?
Perfect. Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, let's tie this on.
Are we at the table next?
I think so.
Are we?
Did someone just tell me to go to the table? I thought they did.
Well, how about we go
They
to the
did.
table?
I thought so. This is like the next time you co-host, they're going to put this man in your ear who tells you what to do, and you just go do it.
Okay. These are for Jeffrey.
Okay.
Should we take
Those
all
look
these?
great.
Let's go
Let's
over.
take them
Yes.
all. I'm grabbing more. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
From this way. Erin
We
French,
got some
Christina
good-
Tosi.
Yeah,
Here
you
we
guys
go.
can share.
I made these cactus cookies, love, for you.
Oh my gosh.
Surround
you with cookies.
Come on with these cactus. Oh my gosh, Ina, you're our guest of honor.
Ina, here.
Sweetest.
How great is
This is your throne.
This is my throne.
Can we just give a quick 10 seconds just to say, Christina and Erin, what it means to you? Ina could have chosen anyone she wanted to be here today, and she chose you too.
I mean, you're just like the holiday spirit, along with cocktails.
Oh,
and you know what? If you don't want to have cocktails, you can always do cranberry juice and sparkling soda.
yes.
And a squeeze of lime in a martini.
Guess what?
Guess what, Ina?
We're going to make a toast to you.
We've had so much fun. I want to just keep it going. We need 5 hours of the Today Show. It's been a jam-packed show with the host of our hour, Ina Garten. All right, what have we learned, everybody?
Ina, you made me feel confident enough to have a party at some
I'm
point.
so glad.
Because I always wonder if people will have fun. And Ina just said, invite fun people. You'll have a fun party. Don't worry about is everyone having fun. Just do your thing.
You don't have to control it.
You don't have to stop being in control.
Yeah.
That's the
Wow. Okay, so I know we're doing therapy this morning. Ina, I would say that the special ingredient is you.
Yeah.
You are so warm and loving. You are so legendary, and we all kind of like fawn over you, and we just die. And you're so kind. You're like it's like you don't know that you're a legend, but you are.
Certainly
She
don't.
won't let you fawn over her, right? The second you try to fawn over her, she's like, well, did you know Savannah is fabulous for all these reasons?
But we want to fawn.
We do.
How about you, Christina?
For me, it is that there is no greater time spent than with someone that makes you feel like yourself. And I think that's the way being with Ina makes me feel.
Erin, how about for you?
Warm being with you. It's just like, it's so warm. It's like a hug. Like just being in your presence is like the greatest hug.
How great is this? This is fabulous. Thank you.
It's lovely. Well, you still have some more teleprompter to read, my friend. Yes.
And I just want to give a big shout out to Anastasia Casal from Safe Harbor Florist, who did this incredible table setting.
Oh, yeah.
I just adore it. It's just gorgeous, simple but gorgeous.
Should we raise a glass to
Yes, to all of us for having fun.
And by the way, guys, keep your questions coming. Ina is on our Instagram page, by the way, answering your questions. You can join her live right after the show.
Cheers.
All right, so we'll see you tomorrow, Ina, 8 a.m.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, we started 7, Ina. We were giving you an easy one today.
I thought I was going to get up at 4. No.
All right, we adore you. And thank you.
Thank you. So
Thanks,
much fun.
Christina.
Thank you, Erin and Christina.
Happy holidays,
We've got.
I know, we know, we're on. We're just chit-chatting. We're back with Today Food this morning. We're finishing up your Thanksgiving shopping list. We've got easy ideas to help you spend less time in the kitchen. And here's some fuss-free ways to do Thanksgiving appetizers. Ina Garten, I love that you are doing fuss-free.
Well, there's enough to do with Thanksgiving. I don't want to start making little things wrapped in phyllo dough.
I know.
Well, actually, you just don't need to do it.
I love your whole philosophy of Thanksgiving because a lot of times if you're the chef, you're like stuck in the kitchen the whole time, not having fun at your own party.
And exhausted, right? Which
Okay.
no guest wants to see.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Let's start over here. We're going to start
Oh,
with
okay, over
hors
here.
d'oeuvres. How's
Okay,
that?
good. I'm glad you know what we're doing. Okay, over here we go. Now,
I'm in
hors d'oeuvres,
charge
I'm
here.
dying because I was just eating potato chips. That's why we were laughing.
I can't believe I'm serving potato chips on the Today Show.
I know. But they're Ina Garten, so.
That's the first thing everybody wants,
Okay.
right? So first for hors d'oeuvres, what I do is I just get little plates.
Okay.
And I just put out things that you can buy already done.
So this is like about display.
It's about good ingredients. Just
Okay.
make sure. So really good olives. Everybody likes good olives,
Yeah.
right? And potato chips. You want to put potato chips in that?
I'm definitely qualified for that. Okay.
And then
All right.
sometimes what I do is I do cucumbers and sausage together.
Now,
which
everything
is really,
you do is thoughtful. So you have put these ingredients in particular. You feel like they pair well together?
You know, each one, whatever people like.
Oh,
I love
okay.
to give people a choice. So, I mean, somebody likes potato chips, somebody likes Marcona almonds.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, these are the sausage we slice like that. And then one thing that I think people really don't know about is Parmesan shards.
Yes.
It's just take a piece of Parmesan and just cut ragged shards of it,
Oh, shards,
like that,
okay.
and put them in a bowl. And they're just
Serve it with a shard.
With
oh, we're getting
don't
wine
shard.
later. Okay.
but bump.
Okay, yeah.
And so you just put them like
Oh,
that
put
in
the
a bowl,
shards in. Oh,
in a
that's
bowl,
nice.
and let people just help themselves.
That's good. And that's a friendly thing to do so they're not struggling over the cheese knife.
Exactly.
Like I always am. It's like
Just
a
like
crime
that.
scene. Okay.
Or you slice salami
All
and
right.
just put it really thin slices of salami with cucumbers together in a bowl.
So now you have these
just
cute
so-
bowls, and you've got this charcuterie board. So now how do you display? You just
I would just put everything up on the board, just like that.
how do the taste?
I mean, it's so good. It's like all of our favorite snacks.
And she makes
Is
a
that
good
your
point about the
dream
potato
dinner?
chips. That's like the most favorite
I could just skip
appetizer anytime.
Thanksgiving and just do these appies, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
Exactly.
good.
So
And you ever serve Doritos? At least I love a Dorito.
If you love Doritos, serve Doritos.
do
That's
you.
the answer.
Okay.
And then we have a little wine tasting. Everybody has all kinds of questions about what wine to serve.
Yes.
White or red, and they're both right.
Oh, okay.
That's the good news.
The answer is yes.
Yes. Yes, serve wine. So I've got a little wine tasting. Are you ready for wine tasting?
Of course I am.
Okay. So this is a Chardonnay, and that's and you'll just think about how this
Am I
is for
tasting
you.
this?
You taste
Okay.
that. That's
Am
a
I supposed to
Chardonnay.
swirl and swivel and
Yeah,
all
just
that?
drink
No,
it.
okay.
You should chug it like you chugged that beer last week.
Oh, ooh, don't tempt me. Ooh, that's very
That's
nice.
good. That's really good, isn't it?
It's
So
a
that's
really nice one.
A Chardonnay.
Okay.
And this is like a Puy Fusé, like a French.
A Puy Fusé. Okay.
I drink it all day.
Oh, I like the Puy
Isn't
Fusé.
that- isn't that interesting?
Do you guys like the Puy? Oh, you have
Yeah,
red.
sorry.
We have
So
this-
wait,
you have red.
so
This is
I was
best.
wondering, so
Choose
you could
which-
do white or red with turkey. It doesn't really
Or
matter.
both. Or
Or both.
Sometimes I just put both on the table.
Okay, that's
So which of
beautiful.
the two did you like
I
better?
think I'm a Puy Fusé
I am
person.
too.
Oh,
I
you
am
are
too.
too?
I am
Oh,
too.
Besties. Okay, what
So
about this?
This is a Pinot Noir.
Okay.
That's a good. It's a good California Pinot Noir.
It's really good.
Oh,
Isn't that
interesting. Gosh.
And this is a Morgon, which is a
Morgon.
French wine. It's like a very light red wine, which is really good with turkey.
It's really. This one is.
Oh, I like that one. I guess I'm
That's
into
the one
this
I like.
French one.
Yeah.
Oh
Isn't
my
that
gosh,
good?
let's go to France
I
together.
know.
Okay.
Because we really
I'm
like
sorry,
it.
we have to go now.
Yeah, we're going to France. Bye.
Which one is this?
Which one are they drinking?
What are you drinking?
We don't know.
Katie, do you know?
You're gonna
This is the
It's
California peanut.
fantastic. You should try these French ones.
Try the Morgon.
They're very good.
So
okay,
that's
just-
hors d'oeuvres and that's wine.
I love
but
that.
dessert.
Okay.
And I was in France once, and the waiters brought this huge long board
Yeah.
with already pre-made things on it. That was so gorgeous, and I thought, why aren't I
Yeah.
doing that at home? So that's what we're going to do. So. What I do is I alternate things that like fruit that have color with things like big shards of chocolate.
Okay.
And then lemon bars. Just line them up in big blocks.
I mean, this beats
And you can
pumpkin
do-
pie every day of the week, doesn't it?
And everybody gets what they love.
Should I put one on
You
there?
want to put some strawberries
Yes,
down
okay,
here?
all right.
And so
guys
we've got
try any of
lemon
those
bars.
desserts?
We've tried them all.
Amazing.
And
Tried them all.
everything here was store-bought.
Okay.
Absolutely everything.
So
I mean,
do you
go
buy
to a
these like to
bakery?
make it look cute, or what do you
Yeah,
do
what
to
I,
just?
I'll
Oh, you
show
did.
you what
Okay.
I did. What I did was I cut the lemon bars in half because nobody
Oh, okay.
needs an entire lemon bar.
Got it.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
And then you take a little paper cup.
A little,
you can use
okay.
a white one or a brown one.
No one needs an entire lemon
And
bar.
just put the lemon
Okay,
bar
yeah.
right in it.
See, it's all about display.
All about presentation.
Right. It is.
So now it looks really special, right?
It's so beautiful.
And then we can do cookies.
Always do cookies.
We
the
need
brownies.
more strawberries.
Oh, more strawberries.
And
Okay, got
one
it.
of the keys to this is bountiful.
Okay.
Lots and lots of them.
Thank you so much for giving us
And then
permission
we do
to go to the store.
Exactly. Why not? You know, at the end of the day, you want everybody to have something absolutely delicious
Yes.
to eat, and it doesn't mean that you have to spend the
No.
entire day in the kitchen making it.
And cutting it into little bites.
Look
It's
how
just a
great this
idea.
is.
Okay, perfect.
I know. What are you making for Thanksgiving?
Reservation?
Yay. Oh, yeah. We need that one.
Let's do this. Let's move these down, and we'll
Oh,
do
yeah.
the lemon
Okay,
tarts
perfect.
at the end.
Okay, I
How's
love
that?
it. It
Great.
looks like an abundance. Beautiful.
Doesn't it look abundant?
Yeah.
And wouldn't you want to have somebody serve that to you for
Yes.
Thanksgiving?
I put it in the wrong place.
That's
Sorry,
okay.
sorry. I know.
You want to put like-minded things together. Otherwise, it looks like a dog's breakfast.
Ina, thank you so much. You can find her ideas and a lot more on our website, today.com/food.
Whether you're hosting or a guest, Thanksgiving can be stressful, from cooking mishaps to spills and cleanup. But with some planning, it can be worry-free. When it comes to cleaning, focus on rooms where guests will be spending the majority of their time.
start in the kitchen. That's where you're going to spend a lot of your time. Just a quick wipe down of the counters, maybe a quick dusting of the living room if everybody's sitting around in there. Maybe the TV is on, you're watching the parade or some football.
No need to panic over spills. A tip from Real Simple magazine: use salt or shaving cream to remove stains from drinks like red wine from your carpet or shirt.
Have your stain treatment center like at the edge of the kitchen island. Everything you need to treat stains is somewhere in your house already.
Still stumped on how to prep that bird? It's not too late to call the Butterball Turkey Talk Line.
We can walk you through from taking your turkey, what looks like this out of the package, into something that looks like this in front of me, which is, by the way, a real turkey, cooked to perfection.
To avoid a foul main dish, use a meat thermometer to test and see if the turkey's ready to eat. And remember,
170 degrees in the breast, top of the turkey here, and 180 degrees in the thigh, between the leg and the body of the turkey, for optimum eating quality and food safety.
How to carve a roast turkey just in time for Thanksgiving.
when you're ready to carve and serve it, check out tutorials on social media or YouTube for advice. With the oven working overtime, remember to use some countertop appliances to prepare your sides.
You can use your Instapot to keep, you can put it on saute setting and it'll keep the gravy warm or keep some vegetables warm for you. Of course, the microwave can keep things warm for you. You can use the air fryer to warm the rolls.
A big highlight this holiday:
my Thanksgiving leftover sandwich. I can't believe someone just ate it.
enjoying leftovers.
Have that pie for breakfast on Friday and Saturday.
From shepherd's pie to sweet potato pancakes, Erin Chase shares ways to transform extra turkey and sides on her $5 dinners blog.
One of my favorites with turkey is like a slider or a grilled cheese even. You're going to do thin slices of turkey, maybe a little cranberry sauce, a little stuffing even.
Set up a leftover station and have your guests help themselves.
Consider sending extra food home with guests using a disposable cupcake tin.
Just put a thing in each of the little cups and everyone gets the right amount and you sort of send them out the door.
And don't be afraid to ask for some help.
I cannot express enough how important delegation is when you're hosting a big holiday affair like this. Get everybody working. They want to help you. They all have their special skills. Put them to the test.
For today, Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
I love that cupcake tin hack.
It's a great, I don't know how we haven't thought about that
I
before.
know. Well, are you going to make your world famous Brussels
I'm going
sprouts?
to make my world famous Brussels sprouts secret recipe.
Tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. If you're in Kansas, stop by Chanel's place.
I don't have what Dylan has.
No.
I mean, you know, with the whole spread planned out.
17 people headed over to Dylan Dreyer's house.
Welcome back to our Thanksgiving 21 extravaganza. Y'all, we're so excited. This group of chefs, easy suggestions for what you can do today to prepare for the big meal. Let's start with Chef Leah Cohen from Pig and Cow here in New York. Did I get that right?
You got it
All
right.
right, girl. This is a hack. If you're making gravy and we all get stuck, what is a special way that we can make it all good?
So I like to make a roux, which is what thickens a gravy, because everyone, you know, you want that to be like nice and viscous, and you don't want it to just spill all over the plate.
So to make a roux, what goes into
Make
it?
a roux. So I use chicken fat.
Chicken
you can
fat.
use any fat butter, oil, but I like chicken fat to give it some more flavor, and then flour. And then we whisk in our chicken stock.
Let's
and then
do it.
You can add in, any herbs that you want to infuse the gravy. Or you could just go traditional and just do some
Old
salt
school.
and pepper. Yep.
Yep.
And that's it.
That's it. Simple.
Yes.
That's easy peasy.
And you can make your roux in advance the day before.
And just you leave it in the fridge?
Leave it in the fridge, exactly.
All right. Okay, great. And that looks like a delicious meal. That looks real yummy. How come that's brown? Just because?
I don't know.
Okay. Who knows? Nobody. No. All right, guys. Next up, cookbook author and chef Maneet Chauhan, and this is really brilliant because sometimes we want our table to look beautiful, right?
Yes.
And sometimes, quite frankly, we run out of dishes.
Absolutely.
At our house, everything's in the dishwasher. So what should you do?
Well, get some pumpkins, hollow out the pumpkin, and use that as your bowl. I mean, it looks so beautiful as a tablescape.
Stop.
And you don't have to wash this afterwards.
Just throw it away.
Yes.
But does it leave any kind of pumpkin-y residue on whatever you may be serving?
Not really. What I do is I put just a layer of oil in it, so that acts as a barrier.
Okay.
Yes. And then the seeds that you take out, wash it well, and spice it up. So over here, I have some spices. I have some turmeric. I have some paprika, some chaat masala, some dried mint, some garam masala, and some salt. Put some oil, mix it together, and just put it in the oven for 15 to 20 minutes at 350 degrees.
And what do you have? Little hors d'oeuvres?
I know. Or you can use it as a garnish on soups.
On soup.
Or, yeah.
Brilliant.
It's delicious.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. All right, Maneet, thank you. Now to the pit master, Phil the Grill Johnson of Trap House Barbecue. Phil, some people want an alternative. They want the turkey, but they don't want to deal with the whole
Exactly.
turkey. So what do you
or
have?
you might have a small group, right?
Yeah.
So I have a stuffed turkey meatloaf. But what I like about this meatloaf, because it's not pleasing to everybody, it is one bite for like Thanksgiving.
Okay,
I got it stuffed with cornbread stuffing, sage sausage, and then I've got it topped with my barbecue sauce. And this is a cranberry smoked chipotle barbecue sauce that you put on top of it.
Can I ask you the dumbest question in the world? How did you get the stuffing in the middle of that meatloaf?
You know, you have, when you start creating the meatloaf, when you start putting it in a loaf pan, you just kind of create a canoe, and then you take the cornbread stuffing, you just go through your regular, cornbread, and then when you put your sausage in it, stuff it in there. You don't want to pat it down too tight, and then just cover it with your meatloaf. And look, it cuts beautifully.
Let's see.
Oh, look at this.
Come
Look.
on. And wait, in that barbecue sauce,
And that barbecue-
what's the special stuff that goes in that?
So you got, the good thing is apple jelly. That gives it its sheen. You got a little bit of ketchup, vinegar, molasses, chipotle, onions, garlic. So it's got that nice flavor. And like I said, at the end, you're getting that whole bite of Thanksgiving.
Al, are you totally convinced?
Ready
Get
for that.
on it.
And then we got a side to go with it. We got
Thank
Mariah
you.
Gladstone, founder of Indigi Kitchen. And you got a special trick for kicking stuff up involving garlic.
Yeah, it's really easy to save yourself a lot of time chopping garlic. If you just want to cut your garlic in half like this, drizzle it with a little bit of olive oil. And then we're just going to wrap this up, and you bake it in the oven for about an hour to roast your garlic. It'll soften it up.
It makes it sweeter, too.
It'll bring out all of the nice flavor, and it has all those roasted elements as part of it. And then you have your roasted garlic, and it's really easy to use that to just squeeze on top of your mashed potatoes. It's a little chilly right now.
Won't quite squeeze.
Won't quite squeeze. But you can use it to season your mashed potatoes or like your vegetable dish like that. And that'll just add all of that garlic flavor right into your dish.
That is fantastic, Mariah. Thank you so much. And brings us to tip number 15, sommelier and children's book author Sarah Thomas. Now, we're talking, we're not going to talk wine, but instead kind of a fun way to create non-alcoholic drinks that everybody in the family can enjoy.
That's right. I think it's just as important to be thoughtful about the non-alcoholic beverages as the wine selections.
Sure.
And so this is just a really fun way to introduce new flavors for your kids. That's what Kalamata His Kitchen's all about. It's getting kids to try new flavors. So what I like to do is set out kind of an assortment of ingredients and let kids kind of choose their own adventure. So you start with some juices. Maybe you have some apple cider or lemonade or tart cherry juice. You introduce flavor through spices and herbs. You can either muddle fresh herbs. You can make syrups out of the whole spices. You can add in some ground spice, like allspice or something. And then my favorite part, you add something to make it sparkle, right?
Little fizzy.
Yeah, bubbles make everything better. So like ginger beer, sparkling cider, flavored seltzers. The important thing is like you've involved your kids in something, so they're more likely to try it. You've introduced new flavors to something they already love, and now everybody has a special drink to toast with.
And what are the couple of the combos you've got here?
Oh, so my favorite one I think is like pineapple, a little bit of lime juice, allspice, and ginger beer. I also love, I do a tart cherry with some maple syrup and some cinnamon. But you can really just like be creative and have fun with all of it.
That's terrific.
It's fun, right?
Yeah. A little rum in here wouldn't be bad.
I wouldn't say no, but maybe not for the kids.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much. And Chef, thank you so much. Again, you can find everything on our website, today.com/food.
All right, earlier this morning, 21 chefs entered the Today Plaza to celebrate being together again in 2021.
Well, 3 of those chefs are joining us now to share their top last-minute tips and hacks so we can have our best Thanksgiving ever. First up, chef and owner of Pig Beach, our friend, Mr. Matt Abdu. Matt, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Roker.
All right, so what if you can't get your hand on a turkey? Some people wait till the last minute. Myself, I wouldn't be that disappointed. What would you suggest in its stead?
Well, there's tons of options you can do, but I love doing a roasted chicken. If you couldn't get a turkey or there's not that many people coming over this year, want to do something a little bit smaller, go find yourself a chicken, roast in the oven. Everybody loves a good roasted chicken. You can never go wrong with it.
Okay, now so say you got your roasting pan here, but you don't have, what can you do as a hack to keep it elevated?
So if you're cooking at home and you don't have one of these fancy, beautiful roasting pans, but you have some sort of baking dish or baking tray or whatever, you just take some aluminum foil and you just want to take it and twist it up, and you'll make a little rack that you can put your chicken or your turkey right onto, so all the juices will drip down. And then you have room to put all of your carrots, onions, and celery on the bottom of it.
Nice.
So that when you're roasting your chicken or your turkey, it's nice and propped up so all those juices can drip down really well.
And what about a brine for your, a dry brine or a wet brine?
So no matter what you're cooking, turkey, chicken, pork, you want to make a brine for it. It's going to add so much moisture and flavor to it. Super simple ratio. For every quart of water, you have about a quarter cup of sugar and a quarter cup of salt. You just dump all those into the bowl, and you whisk them all together until they're nice, until the solution is clear. And then you want to soak your turkey in that brine for an hour per pound to overnight, and then add some fun aromatics. Here we have some bay leaf, peppercorn, some thyme. Put all that in there. You add some garlic, shallots, whatever you want. Make it tastes really great, and your brine is ready to go.
Do you like the dry brine?
I love doing the dry brine. For turkey, though, I like doing the wet brine. I like it to be totally submersed into that. But the dry brine is great for like steaks or like pieces of chicken thighs or legs and things like that.
Okay,
for me personally.
Now for my favorite part, the stuffing.
All right, Marisol, what do we have?
All right, so what do you guys do if you're out of breadcrumbs? Supply chain issues, am I right?
Sure.
Okay, you guys can just use a little bit of soaked bread or box stuffing. And nothing's wrong with a box stuffing. It's on
You
the
just
grocery
zhuzh
store
it up a
shelves for
little
a
bit?
reason. Oh, I add in some thyme, some cilantro, a little bit of sazon because I'm Latin and that's how we do. Then, you know, if you have some gluten-free guests, you can have them make their stuffing or you could provide oatmeal, rice.
Really?
Instant potato flakes and chicharrón.
Okay.
Pork rinds because
pork rinds.
chicharrones, of course. That's how we do. Now, I got something for you.
Okay.
What's the worst thing that can happen with your stuffing?
You run out of it.
Or it gets mushy.
It gets
Oh,
mushy.
you get mushy.
It gets
Like, you know what?
Soft and
Can I tell you
too
something? My
much
kids
liquid.
just said that yesterday. They think Thanksgiving food is mushy.
Oh.
Exactly.
I'm like, guys,
Maybe it's just
no, I don't cook, don't even. They just don't like soft stuff.
Maybe it's a chef.
I'm like, I don't cook.
Well,
So
I got a solution for y'all.
Okay.
I call this stuffins. Stuffing muffins.
Okay.
All right. So basically what you do is you're going to get a muffin tin and you're going to grab your favorite stuffing. It can be boxed, it can be homemade, and you're going to put
That's
them.
a cute idea.
And you know what it does?
Stuffing muffin.
It creates crispiness while retaining moisture, but also speeds up that cooking
Stuffins.
process.
Stuffing.
wow. Impressive.
Very easy. We got a stuffing here for all y'all.
You know what? I have to say, it's very hard to do new things or for us to see new things on the show. That's new for me.
Well, thank you. I
All
hope
right.
you'll try it out.
Well, now we have son of a Southern chef himself, Lazarus. What are you
Hi,
going to bring
y'all.
us this morning?
Okay, so if you're having a wet Thanksgiving, which I plan to do, yes, thank you very much. There will be bottles, there will be wine, there will be
Yes,
something
yes.
to drink. But then sometimes we have leftover wine. So
Yeah.
what do you do with that wine? I love to make a next day sangria.
Ooh, let's do it. Come on, let me
All
put my
right.
stuff down.
Okay, so you pour your leftover wine in here,
Okay.
right? You have some cranberries, you got oranges, you got some fresh mint and rosemary. Put it into your pitcher. Isn't this gorgeous?
It's beautiful.
Now, I
and
might
even
take
just
this
the
home.
presentation of
The
it. I feel like your
presentation of
guests
it.
will feel like, you know what I mean.
It's really
Can I try
great for
it?
like the next day. It's light, refreshing. You can add
Ooh, that's
your
good.
little sparkling water,
Yeah.
just like that,
Easy
and then
peasy.
pour it right in.
Ooh, that's good. We only have 1 minute left. Ah! All right, let's squeeze this in.
Okay, so you got leftover wine, you got leftover cranberry sauce.
Okay.
Why not make a glaze?
Oh.
Okay, so you can pour that in. Now we're using pantry ingredients.
Okay.
We've got some nutmeg, some cinnamon. Allspice.
Yes.
Bring it into a pot, right?
What I
Bring it
drank out
down
of that
to,
one.
reduce it to a simmer.
Okay.
All right, save one for me, y'all.
Yeah,
please.
wait.
And then you can pour it on your leftover meats. You can put it on your
Ooh.
leftover stuffing or your muffins.
This
stuffing
would make
muffins.
great for the sandwiches the next day.
Oh, exactly.
yeah.
Oh my
exactly.
gosh.
Yum. You guys all get
This.
new
Oh my
things
goodness.
today.
This is good.
Cheers.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, everybody.
Marisol and Lazarus, thank you so much,
Yes.
guys. You can find all of this morning's Thanksgiving recipes, tips, and hacks on today.com/food.
All right, everyone's wishing you a happy birthday, JB. Sure. All right.
Let's
all right.
get to cooking, though. It's also Thanksgiving, okay? So we got to move on.
Yeah,
right?
we're celebrating 2021 together again. We got 21 chefs. They've been out here all morning. We're helping to make your planning a little easier.
Okay,
Yeah.
starting us off, we are talking turkey with
Jet
Chef
Tila.
Okay, he's telling
Anthony
us.
Scotto's here too, and so
Yes.
is high school. Elizabeth High School.
Okay,
All right,
so
let's
should we
get it
start
started.
with turkey?
You got it. You know, turkey's always this balance of like, it's dry on the inside. You want to, but you want to keep
Wait,
it crispy
what
on
are
the
you
outside.
doing with that?
Is that mayonnaise?
No, this is butter. It's
Butter.
seasoned butter. So
Oh,
take butter.
and where you put it?
Yeah. Well, okay, in the turkey. But anyway, you take the butter, put anything you want in the butter, herbs, spices. So take the skin
And you put it
right
in
up
under
the
the
breast,
skin.
and you can get it all the way down in this pocket. And then you take the rest of it, though, you rub it on top, right? Because you want this, this crispy
Massage.
skin, massage. You
Yeah.
want
Yes.
the breast not to get dry, and then take that red wine.
Ooh, look at that.
in a
Oh,
cheesecloth, and then for that first hour, cover all the exposed skin.
Okay.
This is going to give you really great color, really good texture.
my
you're
God.
gonna
And
like
that's-
it.
okay,
That's
cool.
it.
Look
That's how you
how
want to do it.
beautiful it turns out.
That, and then a little gravy on the side.
You rock it.
Oh,
All right,
oh my
Mr.
gosh.
Side Dish.
Okay, shall we move on to Brussels?
I talk about Brussels for a second because everybody talks about turkey.
Yeah, turkey.
And you always
It's so
wind up
rude.
messing it up. You don't do it more than once a year anyway.
Yes, true that.
Sides are all what it's about.
yeah.
Brussels sprouts,
Yeah.
let's say it's 2 or 3 days ahead of time. You want to get some things out of the way.
Yes.
Brussels sprouts, you're going to brown them on a sheet pan, a little olive oil, salt, and pepper. At that time that you want to heat them up, now
Yes.
you've had them in the refrigerator,
Right.
take them out an hour before.
Okay.
Put them in a pan,
With butter?
a little butter.
Look at that. Is that brown sugar?
Yeah.
A little
Yes.
brown
Hit it,
sugar.
hit it, Anthony. Hit
A little,
Orange
zest,
Get that.
a little bit of chicken stock.
Yeah.
Heat that back up real quickly. You go put it in the microwave. Done.
We're done. All right, can we move on to dessert? We
Okay,
need
so
dessert.
this is what happens. Sometimes we have a fail, and
Are
I
you
woke
talking
up.
about Hoda and me?
One morning.
What happened?
And my
You
drunk
tried-
uncle had taken literally an entire thing of the pie.
No.
Yes, shoved it in his
Fistful.
mouth. I woke up. It was nothing but a mess. But anyway, so I took pieces of it
Yeah.
and made it into a trifle. So
Wait,
what
what'd
you
you
do
do?
is you start
Break
with your
it up.
pecan pie.
What?
Exactly.
Wait, what's that?
I mean, okay, this is
What is that?
melted ice cream. So
Melted ice
yeah.
cream?
So instead of slaving and making a creme anglaise, you're just going to melt vanilla ice cream.
Brilliant.
And that's it. Now, if you had some brownie pieces, maybe some chocolate cake, anything else that's just kind of laying around,
Dump it in.
add that. Little chocolate sauce.
Wait,
you could
what?
do caramel if you wanted.
I get why your drunk uncle ate this.
And
Look
then
at this.
we
Look
have
at it.
the whipped cream.
Homemade whipped
You
cream.
could even put a little bourbon in this whipped cream if the drunk uncle. Gotta make sure you
Right.
take care of Randy. Old Randy.
Hey.
Let me tell you something though. When you have all this,
Yes.
a dessert this big,
Yeah.
you know what you need?
What?
You need some friends.
More people.
You need a few more friends.
Oh my
we
God.
need just a few more friends.
Oh my
Farrell and Wendy. By the way, Farrell, her bestie, Jenna's bestie for 100 years.
Texas?
Wendy,
And what is this?
her other bestie and cousin. Everybody's here. What is happening?
Happy birthday!
I mean, what's going on?
I don't know. I can't speak. I have no words left. Y'all, this is my friend Elizabeth.
We love her. We got a trucker hat.
Oh, a trucker hat.
Everybody needs a trucker hat.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
What?
And you just had a birthday too recently.
Yes, I did.
Oh
Welcome
my
to
God.
40. It's awesome.
Welcome to 40. Y'all, the party is continuing. I want to thank Elizabeth, Jet, and of course Anthony for those tips. Head to today.com/food.
Oh, okay, we need to drink.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Hometown Holidays on Today All Day. As we head into the holiday season, we have gathered beloved chefs and friends of the Today Show to share their favorite festive memories and a delicious dish from their family table. All right, so we're moving the mains aside. Today, it is going to be all about the scrumptious sides. We've traveled all across the country to visit several folks right at home. For example, we got Curtis Stone whipping up the perfect starter to celebrate an Aussie-style Christmas. Layla Ali is sharing her sweet and savory cornbread dressing. And you do not want to miss comedian Sebastian Maniscalco making a recipe inspired by his grandma. But first up, I went to visit my good friend, Chef Marcus Samuelsson, at one of his Manhattan restaurants, Hav and Mar. Growing up in Sweden, Marcus learned to cook with his grandma, Helga, during the holidays, so he had plenty of delicious memories to share with us. Marcus,
How are you, my friend?
How are you?
Welcome to Chelsea. Welcome to Hav Mar.
So Marcus, you know, it's the holidays. Give me a sense of how you grew up.
Well, I was born in a hut in Ethiopia. And then at a very early age, my sister and I, and my birth mother, we had tuberculosis. My mom passed away, but me and my sister, we got cured. And then we got adopted to Sweden. And I went from being Kasahunsa guy to Marcus Samuelsson. I went from eating injera and hot stuff to herring and boiled potatoes.
So what were the holidays like for you, growing up?
Well, the holidays were actually my favorite time of the year because my grandmother, she was the food factory. All relatives came to Grandma Helga's house and she just produced. Early November, there was like always bread to be made, saffron buns to be rolled, herring to be pickled, always something, right? And as you get closer to December and mid-December, the big Swedish smorgasbord started to happen where there's like 7 types of herrings, 5 types of salmons, meatballs through the roof. And she made all of it. When you're an immigrant, you always have your foot in the old country, although you're not there. And we kind of doing a hybrid at home now, right? With my 2 kids, with my wife. There will always be some Swedish glugs, but there will always be Ethiopian dishes, and plus, of course, Thanksgiving turkey.
If there was only one thing that you could eat of your grandmother's, what would it be?
Her Swedish meatballs.
What makes those Swedish meatballs stand out?
Well, our family was a Swedish middle-class family, but our grandparents coming up were poor. And when you have a Swedish meatball, you can really feel the poverty. Because it's, there's breadcrumbs in there. Why is there breadcrumbs? Because there wasn't enough meat around. Everything was about filling out because you didn't stretching it. That's what the Swedish meatball really represents me.
So how do we get started with Grandma Helga's meatball?
Yeah, we got beef.
Uh-huh.
But the second meat we're putting in is actually lamb today.
Oh.
Just because the fat content is better. And then we have breadcrumbs. Gonna put in some cream. You can just start massaging that, yes.
Right.
I'm gonna add in some salt.
Okay.
And then again, some spices. This is the Ethiopian spice blend, berbere.
Oh.
Right? And a little bit of just cumin in, just for flavor. Just a bunch of more salt. That's a touch of olive oil.
All right, so a little more fat.
Yes. Some nice golden brown garlic. So that's perfect.
Okay.
You've done that before.
Hey.
And here comes the meatball competition.
Uh-oh, meatball competition.
And the key, I think, for meatball is that they should actually be bigger than you normally see them, because if they're too small, they're gonna get dry. Look at that. Boom, a little bit bigger than a golf ball, I would say. Smaller than a baseball, but bigger than a golf ball. Right, look at that, perfect.
Right.
Nice and loose. So we got our meatballs. They look delicious. We're gonna take these gloves off that I never get used to cooking with. We're gonna go over here.
Okay. So Marcus, this is a combination. You have some oil and some butter in it.
Oil and butter. And also not too many meatballs in the pan. I like to cook the meatball with basically 2 pans. With the meatballs, we always had mash. We're gonna put it quickly in our fancy oven here, just like that. And then we have our gravy. We have a little bit of cream. I'm gonna add in, and this is kind of where my journey of the world comes in. We're gonna add in some chicken stock, pickle juice. In our
Did you say pickle juice?
Pickle juice, exactly. That's what we're gonna add.
Pickle juice is having a moment right now.
It's having a moment. It's gonna be a hot topic on today's show. But here's where I take sort of my inspiration for my journey on my travel, right? So I'm adding in a little bit of miso, right?
Wow.
A little bit of mole, and then breadcrumbs.
Right.
and some pepito, some pumpkin seeds.
Wow.
The flavors of breadcrumbs and everything. Now we're just gonna simmer this together, and then we have a beautiful gravy. I think we're ready. We're almost ready to play.
Let's play.
Let's play. Now we just got the gravy left, and then we had those sesame seeds, and we had a little crunch. Exactly.
Pumpkin seeds, toasted pumpkin seeds.
And just some
pickled onions.
Just some pickled onions. You know, there would never be a Swedish meal without some pickles.
All right.
All right. And for me, I can't eat this without thinking about my whole family.
Oh.
Comfort, right?
Grandma Helga would be very proud.
Isn't that good?
Happy holidays. Man, those meatballs were a holiday party for your mouth. Up next, we're going to head to Nashville, where country star and cookbook author Jesse James Decker shows us not one, but 2 ways to make bread more beautiful.
My love for the holidays started very early because my mom was very, very festive, and I really do feel like it trickled down to me and my siblings. Every year, Mom would make hot apple cider, and she'd put on Christmas music, and we would all decorate the tree. It was something really fun, and she would hand the ornaments to us one by one. Now I carry those traditions over into my family. The kids love cooking with me, especially Forrest. He's in love with cooking. He will bring me my cookbook and open it to the page. He wants to make something, and we will just, go to town. It's so much fun. It's such a great thing you can do with your children. So I'm pregnant with our 4th baby, and it was such a special surprise. I love being pregnant around the holidays, especially because I can just feast a little extra more. A new holiday tradition that I have started is my cranberry pull-apart bread. It's so easy to do, so easy to prep, but once it's finished, it looks fancy. It's just perfect for everybody. The sweet, delicious cranberry pull-apart bread was such a hit. I thought to myself, why don't we expand upon this and do a variation of it, but do a savory version? And so I started thinking of all the things Eric had in the garden. I've always got rosemary, parsley. I love garlic, always got tons of garlic. And so I just felt like, you know what? Let's see how this turns out. And it turned out just beautifully. Hey y'all, welcome to Nashville. I am so excited to share with you 2 of my favorite recipes. The holidays are here, and so I have the perfect 2 side dishes that will just warm your family's hearts. We've got a sweet and a savory. We're gonna start by cubing and cutting the bread. There you go. It's cubed to perfection. Now we're gonna grab our mixing bowl, and we're gonna start combining some of our ingredients. So we're gonna take our pecans, our brown sugar, our dried cranberries, the butter. We're gonna add a little bit of this orange zest. I just think it adds a little citrus something. We're gonna add a little bit of juice. Now we're gonna mix the ingredients. You can use your hands, you can use your fork, whatever feels right. I think it's ready to put aside. I'm gonna wash my hands, and we're gonna get to stuffing the brie. All right, y'all, it's time to start filling the loaf. You're just gonna stuff as much as you can in between each little cube. There's gonna be a point in time where you're gonna be like, is that enough? Should I give up? But you don't. You find every single crack and crevice you can, and you just keep stuffing. We did it. Now it's time to start stuffing the crumbly stuff. Just the last little bit. And the last thing we're gonna do is we're gonna cover it in mozzarella cheese. So now that the sweet version of this is finished, I'm gonna show you my savory version for those that like a little bit of a salty flavor. So we've pre-cut and cubed our bread just like I showed you before, but this time we're actually gonna start stuffing it with the brie first. All right, we're so close. Last one. Now it's time to make the delicious savory herb butter. We're gonna throw in a little garlic, parsley, salt, rosemary. Now it's time to spread the herb butter onto the bread. You're gonna paint this on all over. And the last thing we're gonna do is we're gonna cover it with our mozzarella cheese. Gorgeous. It's ready to join its sweet little friend over there. I like to cover it with tin foil because the top will get a little crisp. All right, y'all, these buns are going in the oven. They're all finished and they're absolutely ready now to garnish. And now, drum roll for my favorite part, we're gonna taste. Mmm, this looks like a good piece. Ooh, look at that. Mmm. So I'm gonna have to take this away. I could eat the whole thing. And you're gonna watch everyone just tear this thing apart and fight over that very last bite because it is just that delicious. I hope y'all enjoyed these recipes. They are such a tradition in my home, and I hope they become one for you guys as well. So y'all have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and I'll see y'all soon.
Stick around for more show-stopping sides. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Hometown Holidays on Today All Day. Now, Top Chef Judge Gail Simmons certainly knows a thing or two about creating an elevated culinary experience. Up next, she's sharing a twist on traditional Hanukkah latkes. And later, Chef Jordan Andino is going to whip up carrots like you have never seen before.
Sharing the food that's important to me, I think, shows who I am, my heritage, my history. I think that there's like so many ways of making food as an offering of peace to the world. I grew up with food as a really huge focus in my life. My mother was actually a cooking teacher. She ran a cooking school out of our home when I was very little. We spent all our time in the kitchen with her. There's dozens of dishes that I have memories of her making when I was a child for all different occasions. You know, holidays certainly were occasions where we ate very memorable food because it was a tradition. In my house, we really celebrated Hanukkah in a big way. We play with dreidels and Hanukkah gelts. We give gifts, but small gifts. You know, Hanukkah for us was never really about gift giving. It was more about being together. And then we always have a big Hanukkah feast. Not only do we light the candles for 8 nights, but we cook with oil, which is why latkes are made. It's not so much about the potato they're made with, it's more about the oil that they're fried in. Making latkes was a big deal in my house. We would walk into the house probably 2 weeks before Hanukkah after school and smell that smell. It's such in my head, the most iconic smell of the season. Today I'm making a bit of an elevated play on a traditional Hanukkah latke. Usually you would just use potatoes and onions, but I'm gonna use parsnips, which add a mellow, delicious sweetness to them. And then I'm gonna top the latkes with some very special celebratory ingredients for an adult version. All right, I start by peeling one russet potato, and I'm gonna put it through the food processor with 2 shallots. When the potatoes and onions have been shredded, I'm gonna drain them in a colander over a bowl for a few minutes. And then, while these are draining, I'll shred my parsnips. If you don't have a food processor, you can absolutely just use a box grater, which is more traditionally how latkes would have been made. And then I'm gonna mix the potatoes and the parsnips all together. Give that a stir. And then I'm gonna add my binding agents, my egg, my flour, a little baking powder, and salt. While I'm mixing all my ingredients together, I'm also heating my oil. I have about a 1/4 inch of vegetable oil in a heavy bottom pan on my stovetop, and I'm gonna let it come up to heat. Now it's time to make the latkes. I want them to be light and fluffy, so I'm using a big tablespoon, and I like to keep it flattened on the spoon. I can also do a little squish here to squish out any excess liquid, and then I'm just going to slide it right into my pan. And you can flatten it down a bit too. You want the oil to come up kind of 1/2 to 3/4 of the way around the latke, so you can see that it's bubbling and starting to cook. You know they're ready when they start to get really nice and golden brown around the edges, and then you can give each one a flip. And there you go. You can see that it's perfectly cooked and golden. It takes about 3 to 4 minutes per side, so about 7 minutes total for each latke. You can see how evenly it's cooked on both sides. You go right on a paper towel lined plate. And then you just want to sprinkle them with a little bit of salt while they're still warm. You could eat these just as they are, and they would be fantastic. But if I'm having a holiday party, I like to dress them up a little bit, give them a bit of an adult spin. So I have a few of my favorite celebratory ingredients here. Creme fraiche, and I'm gonna just take a little bit. You can obviously use sour cream. Give it a little swirl. It's really rich and delicious, especially on a latke. And then I have a few different types of smoked fish. I have smoked trout, and I have smoked salmon. And I'm gonna do a few. And then I'm gonna put on some trout roe and some herbs. This is actually fennel fronds, the tops of a fennel bulb. You can also use dill, any really tender herb. And here you go, perfect celebratory holiday appetizer or side dish, my parsnip and potato latkes with smoked fish and trout roe. A perfectly fried latke at Hanukkah is exactly what I crave. To me, there is nothing more delicious that represents my heritage than this. Wishing you a safe, peaceful, and festive holiday season. Cheers, everyone.
I would say that because of the style of household that I grew up in, we'll call it traditional Asian, I would say food is the love language. My skills in cooking came from 2 people, my grandmother, or Lola, as we like to call it in Tagalog, in the Filipino national language, and then my dad. I just loved cooking with them. It was a way for us to bond, and I could see that they loved me if they didn't necessarily say it as often as I'd like. Food is the central focus of our holiday parties. Yes, we're gathering to spend time with the people who we love and adore, but it was always centered around food every single time. This is the first holiday season where I get to spend with my little baby girl. And wow, I get emotional even just thinking about her, because I didn't know that you could love someone, something, the way I feel about this little girl. And I can't wait to instill all these traditions that I've been practicing for 35 years onto her. Since I grew up and have my own family, I do Friendsgivings. And that's my way of bringing the tradition of my family back to my network and people who I know and love now. They always ask me, like, can I bring anything? I'm like, no, don't bring anything, I'll do it all. That's how I show my love. I show my love through food. I like when people come to my Thanksgiving dinners or my holiday dinners and they go, you've ruined dinner parties for me. Because the food is so good, the atmosphere is so good, the vibe is so good. And I'm like, Mission accomplished. Let's go, baby. So what I'm cooking today is a charred maple glazed carrot. And it's actually a riff of what I used to make with my dad and my grandmother growing up. They'd always take root vegetables, mix it with oil, brown sugar, maple syrup, salt, pepper, give you like a nice char. And that flavor has always stuck with me. All right, everyone, I am in the Carriage House kitchen, and right now I'm gonna show you how to make the maple charred heirloom carrot dish. So I have my heirloom carrots here. I remove the tops. And what you're gonna do is just cut them on a diagonal bias to help with the roasting process, cooking time. And we're gonna throw them into a mixing bowl. And I love using these style of carrots, specifically the heirloom carrots. It gives you different dynamic of presentation and of course color and also flavor. So once you have your little mix posted up in here, you're gonna take your vinaigrette, which is a maple syrup vinaigrette, has a little bit of other spices and oil in there, a little bit of salt and pepper. And once it's done, you're gonna throw that right onto your roasting pan. And then that eventually is gonna go into the oven. But while that happens, we're gonna use this mandolin here to get our heirloom carrots ribbons so that it'll be a nice, beautiful garnish that also mimics the base of flavor from the dish. So here's your carrots. You're gonna put them in the oven, roast them until they're charred and black. High temperature, about 10 to 15 minutes at 500 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, so next step, we're gonna take all of these delicious cheeses and make our feta whipped mousse. We're gonna take some feta cheese, mascarpone cheese, and then you're gonna take some smooth ricotta and put that in as well. Super easy. You're gonna blend that until smooth and combined. All right, this is done. We're gonna put this off to the side, and now let's start making the carrot top pesto. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take these carrot tops that we reserved from the beginning of the preparation of this dish. I'm gonna put that in a blender, and then we're gonna combine it with salt, pepper, and a little bit of olive oil. And the beauty about this garnish is that it's delicious, it's herbaceous, and it also gives you that kind of earthy, greener flavor of carrot on top of the roasted carrot, so it reinforces it and layers that flavor. And we're just gonna blend it until smooth. Time to get it done. Charred carrots, put that into the same vinaigrette they were roasted in to compound that flavor a little bit. Next, we're gonna do a little salt, a little bit of pepper. So now this is ready to rock. So once they're on the plate, you can then give it a little bit of a light garnish here. Next, we're gonna take the mousse that we made, we put in a piping bag, and we're just gonna give it a little bit of dollops all around. Then we're gonna give it a little bit of that carrot top pesto, and just sprinkled all around. And last but not least, carrot tops as the garnish. This dish to me just represents togetherness. It represents my Friendsgivings and feeding all the people that I love and care about. So this right here is really my heart, my home, my heritage shared with you and shared with all my friends.
Welcome back to Hometown Holidays. Up next, we're going to head to Atlanta, where boxing champ Layla Ali is making a dish that's sure to be a real knockout on your holiday table.
People often ask me what my childhood was like, being that my father was a global icon and we couldn't go anywhere without him being recognized. You can imagine it was pretty interesting, but I just remember having a lot of love in our family. We had this huge dining room table, so you can imagine the spread that would be on that table for the holiday seasons. We would have family and friends over, and there would be so much food on that table. And then as I grew older, I started teaching myself how to cook when I was about 8 or 9 years old. When I decided to become a boxer and said, what is it going to take to be a world champion, that's when I first learned about how important the food that I ate was. It's nice to be able to prepare meals for my kids now, and we're still eating some of the foods that I grew up on, right? My son loves mac and cheese, and then my daughter is always looking forward to her pot of greens, and really seeing them devour it and love it, you know, that's really what just warms my heart. Dressing is one of those dishes that I grew up eating many different versions of. That's not that hard to make. You can make it on a regular basis, but it's just not special if you do that. It's just one of those things, you just want it for the holidays. It is just so delicious, and I actually want some right now. Welcome to my kitchen. I'm so excited to have you here, and I'm gonna show you how I make my favorite holiday side, which is my sweet and savory cornbread dressing. The first thing I'm gonna do is chop up these veggies. I'm gonna start with some celery. Now I'm gonna chop up this green onion. It really is a preference on how much you wanna use, but I like a lot of onion. This is a sweet onion. There are so many different types of onions that you can use. I definitely like to use at least 2 types of onion. Okay, so the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start working on my herbs, and I actually have some fresh herbs from my garden, which I'm really excited about because they smell so fragrant right now and they're not even cooking yet. One of the herbs that I absolutely cannot make this dish without is sage. Sage is just so earthy. And I also have some fresh rosemary. It smells so good. Now we're gonna go ahead and prepare this thyme. On some of these woodier stems, I make sure to pull the leaves off. Okay, so we have our veggies chopped up, we have our herbs prepared, and now we're ready to get cooking. All right, I'm gonna start by heating up some olive oil in this pan. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and add the veggies. And we're gonna cook these for about 5 to 7 minutes until they really start to sweat and cook down. Okay, so the veggies are looking nice and soft, so now you know it's time to add the turkey. So I'm using ground turkey. It's about 2 pounds, but it really adds a lot of nice flavors, especially if you use turkey with fat. You don't want to get the lean turkey. Now I'm gonna add some garlic powder, onion powder, seasoning salt, a little cayenne pepper for a nice little kick, and I'm gonna also use some coconut aminos, not only for the health benefit, but also the flavor. It adds a nice sweetness. So you definitely want to break up this turkey while it's cooking. Get everything mixed in together. Okay, so the turkey's almost done cooking, so I'm gonna go ahead and add my fresh herbs. This adds so much flavor. All right, this is looking good. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the heat off. While this is cooling down, I'm going to prep my cornbread and get my other ingredients ready. So I like to use sweet cornbread because that is what's gonna give us the balance of sweet and savory. So you've got the sweet cornbread, you've got the savory turkey and veggie mixture. Then we're going to add the egg and the chicken stock. And this is gonna hydrate the cornbread. So as I'm mixing, the cornbread is breaking down even further, and that's okay. We're not gonna have big chunks here. And it's gonna be nice and moist, but not runny. So this is nice and mixed up, and now I'm going to put it in my baking dish. Now you probably need about a 9 by 13. I'm using a round dish. You want to make sure it's not too deep because you want it to cook. You don't want it too deep where it's going to be soggy in the middle. I'm going to cover this with foil and bake it for about 35 minutes. All right, I cannot wait to taste this.